Tonight, I find myself remembering ancient Mesopotamia, the way cuneiform tablets felt beneath my fingers in dusty archives, and how the weight of 4,000 years pressed against every fragment of baked clay. This is the story of the Anunnaki, not as modern speculation has reimagined them, but as they truly were, the complex, evolving deities of humanity's first great civilization. There are two completely different stories that share this ancient name. One is rooted in the patient work of archaeologists and the careful translations of scholars who have spent lifetimes learning to read the world's oldest writing. The other belongs to our modern age tale of extraterrestrial visitors and genetic engineering that has captured imaginations but strayed far from historical truth. Tonight, we follow the first path. We'll walk through Sumerian temple courtyards where priests once dressed divine statues at dawn, stand beside scribes as they pressed reeds into wet clay, and witnessed the rise and transformation of gods whose names were whispered in reverence long before the pyramids were built. This is history as it was lived, hurried, complex, and beautifully human in its contradictions. If this quiet approach to unraveling ancient mysteries helps you unwind, a like would mean a lot. Subscribe if you'd like to join me for more slow journeys through the archaeological record. Tell me in the comments where tonight finds you listening. What draws you to these forgotten corners of human belief? Dim the lights. Let's drift back to the land between two rivers, where gods walked among mortals and the fate of humanity was decreed in divine assemblies that mirrored our own deepest hopes for justice and meaning. The word Anunnaki first appears in the earliest Sumerian texts, carved into clay tablets around 2600 BCE in the original cuneiform. It meant simply those of princely blood, the offspring of the sky god An. These were not visitors from distant stars, but homegrown deities born from humanity's first attempts to make sense of natural forces that seemed beyond mortal control. In those early centuries, the pantheon was fluid. Chaotic gods emerged and faded as city-states rose and fell. The Anunnaki were originally just one group among many divine families, their importance growing gradually as political power shifted between the great cities of Sumer. Uruk, Nippur, Babylon each had its patron deity, and the divine hierarchy reflected earthly politics with uncomfortable honesty. The earliest myths show us gods who were startlingly human in their flaws. They grew hungry, they quarreled over territory, they made mistakes that flooded the world or plunged it into darkness. The Anunnaki were not perfected beings dispensing wisdom from above. They were projections of human nature onto cosmic scale, attempts to understand why crops failed and kingdoms crumbled. But something remarkable happened around 2100 BCE. The third dynasty of Ur rose to power, and with it came the first systematic attempts to organize the chaotic divine realm. Scribes began creating formal lists of gods, establishing clear hierarchies, defining roles and relationships. The Anunnaki found themselves promoted to the cosmic court of justice, judges of the underworld, arbiters of fate. This transformation reveals something profound about Mesopotamian civilization in that era. As earthly courts became more sophisticated, so did divine justice. The Anunnaki evolved from chaotic nature spirits into cosmic judges because human society itself was learning the difference between arbitrary power and legitimate authority. The gods grew more just as humans demanded justice from their kings. The great transformation came with the rise of Babylon around 1800 BCE under Hammurabi's rule. The Anunnaki underwent their most significant evolution. They became the 7 judges of the underworld, presiding over the fate of the dead in Urkala, the land of no return. This wasn't random mythological drift, it reflected a civilization grappling with questions of cosmic justice and individual accountability. The Code of Hammurabi, carved into black stone and placed in Babylon's temple, established earthly law. Simultaneously, scribes were writing down the laws of Ereshkigal's underworld, where the Anunnaki sat in judgment. The parallel was deliberative kings could create just laws for the living. Surely the gods had established just laws for the dead. This was theology as political philosophy. By 1600 BCE, the Anunnaki had found their final form in the great epic poems. In the Descent of Inanna, they appear as impartial arbiters who cannot be swayed by divine rank or beauty. When the goddess of love herself stands before them, stripped of power and pride, they judge her by the same cosmic laws that govern all beings. This was revolutionary thinking, justice transcending even divinity itself. The Epic of Gilgamesh gives us perhaps the most human portrayal of divine justice. When Enkidu dies, he descends to the underworld, where the Anunnaki weigh his deeds. The epic doesn't focus on their judgment instead. It lingers on Gilgamesh's grief, his desperate attempt to understand why death comes to the good and evil alike. The gods judge, but humans must live with the mystery of their decisions. What makes the Mesopotamian Anunnaki so compelling is their complete indifference to human worship. Unlike later pantheons, where gods demanded praise and sacrifice, these cosmic judges operated by abstract principles. They couldn't be bribed, flattered, or appeased. This created a theological crisis that would echo through subsequent religious traditions. The ultimate arbiters of justice are beyond human influence. What power do mortals have over their fate? The answer came through an unlikely source, the wisdom literature of the late Babylonian period. Texts like the Babylonian Theodicy and the poem of the righteous sufferer grappled with the problem of undeserved suffering. If the Anunnaki judged fairly, why did good people suffer? The scribe's solution was radical. Perhaps human understanding of good and evil was fundamentally limited, and divine justice operated on scales beyond mortal comprehension. This theological evolution had profound practical consequences. If the Anunnaki judged by unknowable standards, then earthly authorities couldn't claim direct divine mandate. Kings still ruled by divine favor, but they couldn't pretend to understand the cosmic principles that governed ultimate justice. This created space for legal traditions that acknowledged the fallibility of human judgment while maintaining respect for divine order. By 1000 BCE, as the great Mesopotamian civilizations began their slow decline, the Anunnaki had become something unprecedented in human religious thought gods who existed primarily as concepts rather than personalities. They were justice itself, abstract and eternal, operating through natural law rather than divine whim. This philosophical sophistication wouldn't be matched again until Greek philosophy began grappling with similar questions centuries later. The Persian conquest of Babylon in 539 BCE marked the beginning of the end for the classical Anunnaki tradition. Zoroastrian dualism, with its clear division between good and evil, gradually displaced the subtle moral complexity of Mesopotamian theology. The Anunnaki faded into folklore. Their sophisticated understanding of justice simplified into tales of demons and angels locked in cosmic battle. Yet traces of their influence persisted in unexpected places. Jewish scribes, writing during the Babylonian exile, encountered stories of divine councils and cosmic judges. Elements of Anunnaki theology, the idea of heavenly courts, the concept of abstract divine justice filtered into biblical literature. The Book of Job, with its cosmic wager and ultimate mystery of suffering, bears striking resemblance to Mesopotamian wisdom literature. The final chapter of the ancient Anunnaki came with the rise of Christianity and Islam in the region. Christian theologians, encountering Mesopotamian texts in Syriac translations, misunderstood the cosmic judges as fallen angels. The sophisticated legal philosophy of the underworld courts became demonic rebellion against divine authority. This reinterpretation would persist through medieval demonology and into modern conspiracy theories. By 1400 CE, the last cuneiform tablets were being written in remote Assyrian villages. The scribes still knew the old stories, but the context had vanished. The Anunnaki appeared in magical incantations and protective spells, their role as cosmic judges forgotten. They had become generic, supernatural forces, their philosophical sophistication lost to folk belief and ritual practice. The modern rediscovery of the Anunnaki began in the 1840s, when European archaeologists first excavated Mesopotamian sites. Austin Henry Layard, digging at Nineveh, uncovered Ashurbanipal's great library, thousands of cuneiform tablets that had waited in darkness for over 2 millennia. Among them were the epic poems and divine genealogies that revealed the true nature of these ancient gods. The decipherment process took nearly a century. Scholars like George Smith and Samuel Noah Kramer spent decades learning to read signs that no human eyes had interpreted for over 1,000 years. Gradually, the Anunnaki emerged from obscurity not as the aliens of modern speculation, but as sophisticated theological concepts that had grappled with questions of justice, mortality, and cosmic order. Today, as we stand at the end of this journey through 4 millennia of religious evolution, the Anunnaki offer us something more valuable than alien visitation stories. They show us human beings at the dawn of civilization, wrestling with the same questions that occupy us. Now, how to create just societies, how to face mortality with dignity, and how to find meaning in a universe that often seems indifferent to our hopes and fears. I remember standing on a tell in southern Iraq on a morning when the wind carried nothing but dust and the weight of forgotten centuries. The sun hadn't yet burned away the cool of night, and in that brief reprieve from the desert heat I could feel the presence of something vast and patient beneath my feet. Broken bricks, the color of dried blood, jutted from the earth at odd angles, each one fired in kilns that had gone cold 3,000 years before my birth. The wind picked up fragments of pottery as it moved across the mound, and sometimes, if you knew how to look, you could spot the wedge marks of cuneiform pressed into clay that had somehow survived the rise and fall of empires. Those tiny marks, no bigger than bird tracks in mud, held within them the first written attempts to understand what lay beyond the visible world. Names were etched there in the oldest script humanity ever devised, names that once commanded the reverence of millions, and now survive mainly in the theories of cable television, documentaries, and internet forums. Anunnaki, the word itself, carries a strange weight, doesn't it? Like an echo that's traveled too far from its source to arrive uncorrupted. I've spent years among the fragments of that ancient world, running my fingers over tablets that scribes pressed with reed styluses by lamplight, trying to understand how a complex pantheon of Mesopotamian deities became, in our modern imagination, a race of gold-mining extraterrestrials from a rogue planet called Nibiru. The transformation is so complete, so thoroughly embedded in popular culture, that most people would be surprised to learn there are actually two entirely different stories hiding behind the same ancient name. One is the story of what the Anunnaki truly were, fascinating glimpse into humanity's first attempts to organize the cosmos through divine hierarchy, to make sense of natural forces and political power through the lens of religious imagination. The other is a modern creation, born from the intersection of space-age optimism, biblical literalism, and a hunger for simple answers to humanity's most complex questions. Back then, standing on that tell with cuneiform fragments scattered at my feet like pieces of a cosmic puzzle, I understood that both stories mattered. Not because both are equally truth, they decidedly are not, but because both reveal something essential about the human need to find our place in an incomprehensible universe. The original Anunnaki lived in the minds of people who invented writing, mathematics, and urban civilization. They were the divine children of An, the sky god, and they served as judges, lawmakers, and the cosmic machinery that kept the universe running according to divine plan. They were complex, contradictory beings who reflected the political realities and theological sophistications of the world's first great cities. Their stories were carved into stone and pressed into clay by scribes who understood them to be literally, powerfully real. The modern Anunnaki, by contrast, were born in the 20th century from a Swiss hotel worker's imagination and a Russian-born scholar's controversial translations. They became the supposed creators of humanity through genetic engineering, the original source of our myths and religions, and according to some theorists, the secret rulers who continue to manipulate human civilization from behind the scenes. The gap between these two versions of the Anunnaki is so vast that it's almost like comparing two entirely different species. And yet they share the same name, the same supposed ancient sources, and increasingly, the same cultural space in our collective imagination. I've walked through the ruins of Ur and Uruk, cities where the original Anunnaki were worshipped in ziggurats that scraped the ancient sky. I've held tablets where their names appear in careful cuneiform, surrounded by prayers and offerings and the bureaucratic records of temple administration. I've also sat in libraries reading the works of Zecharia Sitchin, watching Ancient Aliens episodes, and following online discussions where the Anunnaki have become central figures in elaborate conspiracy theories about reptilian shapeshifters and secret world governments. What struck me, standing there on that tell with the desert wind picking up fragments of the distant past, was how both versions of the Anunnaki story serve the same fundamental human need. We want to understand our origins. We want to believe that our existence has purpose and direction. We want to feel connected to something larger than ourselves. Whether that something is a pantheon of cosmic judges or a technologically advanced species that shares our genetic heritage. The difference, of course, lies in how we go about seeking those connections. The ancient Mesopotamians built their understanding of the Anunnaki through centuries of collective religious experience, incorporating new insights and adapting old traditions as their understanding deepened. Modern Anunnaki theorists, by contrast, have built their understanding through selective interpretation of ancient texts, often ignoring or dismissing the scholarly consensus about what those texts actually say. This tension between ancient wisdom and modern speculation runs through every aspect of the Anunnaki phenomenon. It's there in the mistranslation of Danunukani, which actually means offspring, of An as those who from heaven came. It's there in the transformation of complex mythological narratives into literal historical accounts of alien visitation. It's there in the reduction of sophisticated theological concepts into simple technological explanations. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Before we can understand how the Anunnaki became aliens, we need to understand what they actually were in the minds of the people who first spoke their names in the mud brick. Cities of ancient Sumer, the landscape of southern Mesopotamia, where the Anunnaki first appeared in human consciousness, was shaped by water and time in ways that made divine intervention seem not just possible but necessary. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers brought life to an otherwise harsh environment, flooding unpredictably and leaving behind fertile silt that could support dense populations if properly managed. But the management required constant vigilance, cooperative labor, and the kind of complex social organization that demanded divine sanction to function effectively. In such a world, gods weren't distant philosophical concepts, they were immediate practical necessities. The flood that destroyed your crops wasn't just a meteorological event, it was the expression of divine will that required explanation, appeasement, and careful management for the future. The success of your city's military campaigns wasn't merely a matter of superior tactics or equipment, it reflected the relative power and favor of your patron deities compared to those of your enemies. The Anunnaki emerged from this landscape as an answer to fundamental questions about cosmic order. If the universe operated according to consistent principles, if the sun rose each day, if the seasons followed their appointed cycles, if justice sometimes prevailed over chaos, then there must be divine beings responsible for maintaining that order. And if those divine beings were responsible for cosmic order, then they must be organized hierarchically with clear chains of command and specific areas of responsibility. This is the world where the Anunnaki first took shape in human imagination, not as visitors from another planet, but as the administrative apparatus of the cosmos itself. They were the divine civil service, if you will, responsible for keeping the universe running according to plan. But even in their original form, the Anunnaki were never simple or one. They evolved continuously as Mesopotamian civilization developed, taking on new roles and losing old ones, reflecting the changing political and theological needs of the cultures that worshipped them. Sometimes they were 50 in number, sometimes 7, sometimes 600. Sometimes they ruled from heaven, sometimes from the underworld. Sometimes they were benevolent creators, sometimes harsh judges, sometimes cosmic rebels who challenged the established order. This fluidity, this willingness to adapt and change, was actually one of their most important characteristics. The Anunnaki weren't frozen in doctrinal amber like some religious concepts. They grew and evolved along with the civilization that created them, serving new functions as old ones became obsolete, taking on new meanings as old ones lost their relevance. And perhaps that's why they've proven so adaptable to modern reinterpretation. The same flexibility that allowed them to transform from sky gods to underworld judges also allows them to transform from ancient deities to spacefaring geneticists. The same narrative openness that permitted multiple, sometimes contradictory origin stories in ancient times also permits the radical reimagining we see in contemporary Anunnaki theories. Standing there on that tell, holding fragments of cuneiform tablets that had recorded the names and deeds of the Anunnaki millennia. Before the word extraterrestrial entered human vocabulary, I felt the weight of that long transformation. These broken pieces of clay connected me directly to the minds that first conceived of cosmic order as a divine bureaucracy, that first imagined the universe as governed by beings who were like us, but immeasurably more powerful. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of dust and distant water, and I found myself thinking about the scribes who had pressed these tablets. They worked by oil lamplight in the cool hours before dawn, carefully forming each wedge-shaped mark that would preserve for posterity the names and attributes of gods they believed were as real and immediate as the kings who ruled their cities. Those scribes couldn't have imagined that their careful records would one day be reinterpreted as evidence of ancient astronauts, any more than they could have imagined the cities they served would become mounds of broken brick scattered across a desert. But they understood something we sometimes forget in our rush to find simple explanations for complex mysteries, that the most powerful truths are often the most complicated ones, and that the human relationship with the divine, however we understand divinity, is too profound and multifaceted to be reduced to any single explanation, whether religious or scientific. The Anunnaki they knew and worshipped were beings of immense complexity, capable of creation and destruction, justice and mercy, wisdom and folly. They were, in other words, magnified reflections of humanity itself, which may be the most remarkable thing about them, and the reason their names have survived the collapse of the civilization that first spoke them. As the sun climbed higher and the desert heat began to build, I gathered a few of those cuneiform fragments to take back with me, not to steal them from their homeland, but to carry their weight for a while, to feel the texture of clay that had been shaped by human hands when the world was young and gods walked openly among mortals. The Anunnaki's story, I realized, was ultimately a story about Usa, about our eternal struggle to understand our place in the cosmos, to find meaning in existence, to believe that we are connected to something larger and more permanent than our brief individual lives. Whether we find that connection through ancient religion or modern speculation matters less than the fact that we continue to seek it, continue to tell stories that help us make sense of mysteries that may be fundamentally beyond human comprehension. Tonight, we begin with those original stories, with the Anunnaki as they were first imagined in the mud-brick cities of ancient Sumer. We'll walk among the gods as they were worshipped for 3,000 years before anyone dreamed of spaceships or genetic engineering. And perhaps, in understanding what they truly were, we'll come to understand something important about what we are as well. The desert wind carried those cuneiform fragments across the tell like messages from a lost world, and I followed them with my eyes until they disappeared into the vastness of the Iraqi plains, carrying with them the names of gods who once commanded the reverence of the world's first civilizations. I remember the first time I stood at the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates in the early morning light, watching the waters merge in lazy spirals of brown and gold. The sun hung low on the horizon like a copper disk, and the air carried the rich, loamy smell of river silt mixed with the green scent of date palms and the distant smoke of cooking fires. This was the landscape that gave birth to civilization itself, where the first cities rose from mud and ambition, where writing was invented, where mathematics was born, and where gods first took on the complex personalities that would shape human imagination for millennia. The flooding here was never predictable in the way the Nile's annual inundation blessed Egypt. The Tigris and Euphrates followed their own rhythms, sometimes bringing life-giving water at exactly the right moment, sometimes arriving as devastating torrents that swept away months of careful work, sometimes failing to appear at all when crops hung dying in the fields. This unpredictability demanded a different kind of relationship with the divine, not the confident expectation of annual renewal that characterized Egyptian religion, but a more complex negotiation with gods whose moods and intentions required constant interpretation. Standing there in the dawn light, I could almost see how it must have appeared to the first Sumerian settlers around 3,500 years before the Common Era. The land stretched flat and featureless in every direction except for the green ribbon of vegetation that followed the river's meandering course. There were no mountains to provide natural fortification, no forests to supply building materials, no stone quarries to provide the raw materials of monumental architecture. Everything had to be made from what the rivers provided: water, silt, and the reeds that grew in the marshy deltas. But what they made from those simple materials transformed the world. The first cities that rose along these riverbanks were unlike anything humanity had ever attempted. Uruk, your Eridu names that still carry weight today, though most people couldn't place them on a map or tell you why they matter. These weren't just larger versions of the agricultural villages that had dotted the landscape for centuries. There was something entirely new: concentrated populations of 10,000, 20,000, eventually 50,000 people or more, all living in close proximity and depending on complex systems of cooperation for their survival. The morning breeze carried the sound of water lapping against the muddy banks, and I found myself thinking about what it must have taken to make such places work. You couldn't simply scale up the informal cooperation that governed village life. When you had thousands of people living together, you needed formal laws, professional administrators, specialized crafts, and above all, some overarching authority that could command the respect and obedience necessary to keep such a complex system functioning. The Sumerians found that authority in their gods, but these weren't the distant, transcendent deities that would later characterize many world religions. The Sumerian gods were intensely local, tied to specific cities and regions, reflecting the political reality of a landscape divided into independent city-states that competed as much as they cooperated. Each city had its patron deity, whose temple served not just as a religious center, but as an economic powerhouse, a political headquarters, and a cultural focal point that defined the community's identity. I've walked through the ruins of these ancient temples, felt the massive mud-brick foundations that once supported ziggurats reaching toward the sky like artificial mountains. The scale is still impressive, even in ruins. But what strikes you most powerfully is how thoroughly integrated these religious complexes were into every aspect of urban life. The temple wasn't separate from the city, it was the heart of the city, the organizing principle around which everything else revolved. In Uruk, the great temple complex dedicated to An and Inanna covered more than 100 acres and employed thousands of people as priests, scribes, craftsmen, farmers, and laborers. The temple owned vast estates throughout the surrounding countryside, operated workshops that produced everything from pottery to textiles to metalwork, and maintained detailed records of every transaction, every ritual, every offering that passed through its doors. These records, thousands upon thousands of cuneiform tablets preserved in the dry climate of Mesopotamia, give us an intimate glimpse into how the divine world was understood by the people who lived and worked in its shadow. The gods weren't remote philosophical concepts, they were active participants in daily life, with needs and preferences and responsibilities that required constant attention. An, the sky god, was the ultimate source of authority, but he was often portrayed as somewhat distant from day-to-day affairs, ruling from his celestial palace and delegating most practical matters to his children and subordinates. Enlil, the god of air and storms, was more actively involved in worldly matters, governing the forces of weather that could make or break agricultural cycles. Enki, associated with fresh water and wisdom, was the problem solver among the gods, the one who intervened when divine justice threatened to become a divine catastrophe. And then there was the Anunnaki. In those earliest Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki appear as An's offspring, the divine princes and princesses who carried out the administrative functions of cosmic government. Their name, Danunnakini, literally means offspring of an artifact that will become important later when we examine how this straightforward genealogical designation was transformed into something entirely different by modern interpreters. But even in their original form, the Anunnaki were never a clearly defined group with fixed membership and unchanging roles. Different texts list different numbers, sometimes 7, sometimes 50, sometimes 300, sometimes 600. Different stories assign them different functions and areas of responsibility. Different cities emphasize different aspects of their nature and power. This flexibility wasn't a bug in Sumerian theology, was a feature. The divine world was understood to be dynamic and responsive, capable of adapting to new circumstances, just as human society adapted to new challenges. When political power shifted from one city to another, when new technologies revolutionized agriculture or warfare, when natural disasters required new forms of divine explanation, the gods evolved along with the people who worshipped them. I remember sitting in the shade of a reconstructed Sumerian building at the archaeological site of Ur, reading translations of administrative texts while the midday heat made the desert shimmer like water. Most of these tablets recorded mundane details, deliveries of barley to temple storehouses, work assignments for temple laborers, inventories of livestock and tools and raw materials. But threaded through these practical records were references to divine oversight that revealed how thoroughly the sacred and secular were integrated in Sumerian thinking. The gods weren't just worshipped, they were fed, clothed, housed, and entertained like honored guests who had taken up permanent residence in the community. Every morning, priests would wake the divine statues with hymns and prayers, dress them in fine clothing, offer them meals of bread and beer and meat, and consult them on important decisions facing the city. The gods had birthdays that were celebrated with festivals, marriages that required elaborate ceremonies, and conflicts with other deities that needed to be resolved through diplomatic negotiation. This anthropomorphic treatment of divine beings has often been dismissed by later religious traditions as primitive or unsophisticated. But there was actually profound theological insight embedded in the Sumerian approach to divinity. By making their gods recognizably human in their needs and emotions, while infinitely superior in their power and knowledge, the Sumerians created a divine world that was both comprehensible and mysterious, both accessible and awesome. The Anunnaki, as An's children, occupied a middle position in this divine hierarchy. They were powerful enough to influence cosmic events, but not so remote that ordinary humans couldn't understand their motivations. They served as intermediaries between the highest levels of divine authority and the practical needs of human civilization, translating cosmic principles into actionable policies that could govern everything from agricultural cycles to legal disputes. In the early period, before Babylon's rise to prominence shifted the theological landscape, the Anunnaki were particularly associated with the fundamental forces that made civilized life possible. They were the divine legislators, the cosmic judges, the heavenly administrators who ensured that the universe operated according to consistent principles rather than arbitrary whim. This judicial function would remain central to Anunnaki identity throughout their long history in Mesopotamian religion, even as their specific roles and areas of responsibility evolved over time. They were the gods who established the cosmic order that allowed predictable seasons, reliable flooding, and stable social institutions to exist. They were the divine guarantors that contracts would be honored, that justice would prevail over chaos, that the complex cooperative systems necessary for urban civilization would continue to function. But they were also gods who could be petitioned, negotiated with, and sometimes even deceived. The epic literature of Mesopotamia is full of stories about clever humans who managed to outwit individual Anunnaki, or gain their favor through persistence and skill. This wasn't seen as blasphemous, it was seen as evidence of divine justice, since the gods themselves valued intelligence, courage, and determination. I've spent many evenings reading these ancient stories by lamplight, struck by how vivid and immediate they feel despite their enormous age. The Anunnaki who appear in myths like the Atrahasis epic or the Epic of Gilgamesh are complex personalities with distinct motivations and characteristics. They're not interchangeable divine functionaries, but unique individuals whose relationships with each other and with humanity drive the narrative forward in compelling ways. Enlil, for instance, is portrayed as the harsh but necessary enforcer of cosmic law, the god who maintains order through strength and sometimes through fear. When humanity becomes too numerous and noisy, disturbing the peace of the gods, it's Enlil who proposes the flood that will reduce their numbers and restore divine tranquility. He's not evil, he's performing his function as the guardian of cosmic order, but his justice is often experienced as cruel by those who suffer under it. Enki, by contrast, is the divine advocate for humanity, the god who warns Atrahasis about the coming flood and provides him with the knowledge necessary to build an ark and preserve human civilization. Enki's mercy isn't soft or sentimental, it's based on a different understanding of what cosmic justice requires, where Enlil sees human multiplication as a threat to divine order, Enki sees it as evidence of divine blessing that deserves protection rather than punishment. These competing divine perspectives created rich theological narratives that allowed Mesopotamian thinkers to explore complex moral questions without resorting to simplistic answers. The tension between Enlil's justice and Enki's mercy wasn't a theological problem that needed to be resolved, was a theological insight that needed to be preserved and contemplated. And the Anunnaki, as the divine assembly that mediated between these competing principles, embodied that contemplative approach to cosmic order. They were the gods who debated, who considered multiple perspectives, who sought solutions that honored both justice and mercy, even when such solutions required difficult compromises. The sun was setting behind the date palms when I finally left that reconstructed building at your butt. I carried with me a vivid sense of what it must have felt like to live in a world where such gods were real and immediate presences in daily life. The Anunnaki weren't distant objects of philosophical speculation. They were active participants in the ongoing project of civilization, divine partners in the human effort to build something lasting and meaningful in a landscape that was both generous and harsh. This partnership between humans and gods, mediated through the complex urban institutions that characterized Sumerian civilization, created the cultural foundation that would support 3,000 years of Mesopotamian religious development. The Anunnaki would evolve and transform as that civilization evolved and transformed, taking on new roles and losing old ones, but always maintaining their essential character as the divine administrators of cosmic order, standing by those ancient rivers as darkness fell and the first stars appeared in the clear desert sky. I could feel the weight of that long history stretching back through the centuries. The waters that flowed past my feet carried silt from the same mountains that had nourished the first Sumerian cities, and the stars that emerged one by one in the deepening darkness were the same stars that had guided the first. Mesopotamian astronomers, in their careful observations of celestial cycles, the Anunnaki had been born from this landscape shaped by its rhythms and challenges, and they, in turn, had shaped the human understanding of what it meant to live in harmony with forces larger and more powerful than individual will. They were gods worthy of the civilization that created them, complex, dynamic, and profoundly engaged with the practical work of building and maintaining the world's first urban communities. Tomorrow night we'll follow them deeper into that divine world, exploring the etymology and genealogy that connected them to the cosmic order they were created to serve. I remember the first time I held an actual cuneiform tablet in my hands, feeling the weight of clay that had been shaped by human fingers more than 4,000 years ago. It was in a university archive under carefully controlled conditions, with cotton gloves and a foam cradle to support the ancient artifact. The tablet was small, no larger than a modern smartphone, but covered on both sides with the distinctive wedge-shaped marks that represent humanity's first systematic attempt to capture language in permanent form. The scribe who had created this particular tablet worked by oil lamp in the pre-dawn hours, when the air was cool enough to keep the clay workable, but before the day's administrative duties demanded his attention. Each mark was deliberate, pressed into the soft clay with a reed stylus cut at precise angles to create the wedges and lines that would preserve his words for millennia. The subject matter was routine record of barley deliveries to a temple storehouse, but embedded within that mundane accounting were the names of gods who governed every aspect of Sumerian life, and there, in a section dealing with divine offerings and temple hierarchies, appeared the word that would eventually spawn libraries full of speculation and controversy. Danunakin, the Anunnaki. But what did that word actually mean to the scribe who pressed it into clay so many centuries ago? What images formed in his mind when he traced those particular cuneiform signs? What understanding of divine order and cosmic hierarchy informed his careful choice of terminology? The etymology is actually quite straightforward. Once you understand the structure of ancient Sumerian, An was the sky god, the ultimate source of divine authority, whose name literally meant heaven or sky. Nuna was the word for prince or noble offspring, carrying connotations of legitimate authority and inherited power. The suffix kini marked the word as plural and indicated a sense of belonging or association. Put together, Danunakin means simply the princely offspring of An, the children of the sky god who inherited his divine authority and carried out his cosmic responsibilities in the earthly realm. This translation has been confirmed by generations of Assyriologists, scholars who have dedicated their careers to understanding the languages and cultures of ancient Mesopotamia. It appears consistently across hundreds of texts from different periods and regions, always with the same basic meaning: divine beings who derive their authority from their genealogical relationship to the supreme sky god. But somewhere in the transformation from ancient religion to modern speculation, this straightforward genealogical designation became something entirely different. The Anunnaki were reimagined as those who from heaven came, a translation that sounds dramatic and mysterious, but has no basis in the actual structure of Sumerian grammar or vocabulary. I've spent many hours in libraries and archives, tracing how this mistranslation emerged and spread through popular culture. The shift appears to have begun in the 20th century, as enthusiasm for space exploration and extraterrestrial life coincided with increased popular interest in ancient civilizations. The idea that gods might have been misidentified aliens became increasingly appealing to audiences hungry for simple explanations of complex historical mysteries. But the linguistic evidence against this interpretation is overwhelming. Sumerian had perfectly good words for coming or descending or arriving from elsewhere. If ancient scribes had wanted to describe beings who came from heaven, they would have used entirely different vocabulary. The word Donanekani simply doesn't carry those connotations in any known Sumerian text. The morning light streaming through the archive windows illuminated the tablet I was studying, highlighting the careful precision with which each cuneiform mark had been formed. The scribe who created this record lived in a world where the Anunnaki were immediate, practical realities, not mysterious visitors from other worlds, but the divine administrators whose favor or displeasure could determine the success or failure of crops, the outcome of battles, and the prosperity of cities. To understand how the Anunnaki functioned in Sumerian religious thought, we need to understand the broader divine hierarchy they inhabited. At the apex stood An, the sky god, whose authority was absolute but whose involvement in day-to-day affairs was often indirect. Below An came the major deities like Enlil and Enki, powerful gods with specific spheres of influence who served as An's primary agents in governing the cosmos. The Anunnaki occupied the next tier of this divine bureaucracy. They were An's children, inheriting his divine nature, but serving in more specialized roles that connected cosmic principles to earthly realities. They were the gods who translated the broad policies determined by the highest divine authorities into specific actions that affected human communities. This governmental model reflected the political realities of Sumerian city-states, where kings ruled with divine sanction but delegated much of their authority to governors, administrators, and judges who handled the practical work of governing. The Anunnaki served a similar function in the divine realm, bridging the gap between cosmic authority and local implementation. But unlike human administrators, whose authority was limited and temporary, the Anunnaki possessed the divine nature that made their judgments final and their power enduring. They were not just representatives of cosmic order, they were cosmic order embodied in divine personalities that could be approached through prayer and ritual, but never fully controlled or predicted by human wisdom. The genealogical relationship between An and the Anunnaki was crucial to this understanding of divine authority. In Sumerian culture, as in most ancient societies, legitimate power was understood to be inherited rather than earned or elected. Kings ruled because they were descended from previous kings. Priests served because they belonged to priestly families. Craftsmen practiced their trades because they had learned them from their fathers and grandfathers. By identifying the Anunnaki as An's offspring, Sumerian theology provided them with the strongest possible foundation for divine authority. They weren't self-appointed rulers or ambitious usurpers. They were the legitimate heirs of cosmic power, entitled to command obedience and respect by virtue of their divine bloodline. This genealogical emphasis also explained why the Anunnaki appeared in such varied forms and numbers across different texts and traditions. Just as human royal families included dozens of princes and princesses with different personalities, interests, and areas of expertise, the divine family often included multiple children with distinct characteristics and spheres of influence. Some Anunnaki were associated with specific cities or regions, serving as patron deities who protected local interests while maintaining their connection to the broader cosmic order. Others were linked to particular natural phenomena or human activities, warfare, craftsmanship, trade, justice, or scholarship. Still others appeared mainly in mythological narratives where their relationships and conflicts with each other drove stories that explored fundamental questions about divine nature and cosmic purpose. I remember reading one particularly vivid text that described a gathering of the Anunnaki for a divine council meeting. The scene was portrayed with the same attention to protocol and ceremony that would characterize a gathering of human nobles in the court of a Sumerian king. Each deity arrived in proper order of precedence, took their assigned place in the divine assembly, and participated in formal deliberations about matters affecting both the divine and human realms. The text provided details about divine clothing and ornaments, about the seating arrangements that reflected each deity's status within the cosmic hierarchy, about the ceremonial procedures that governed how decisions were proposed, debated, and finally adopted by divine consensus. Reading it, you got the sense of a divine government that operated according to recognizable principles of order and authority, even as it dealt with matters far beyond human understanding or control. This bureaucratic dimension of Anunnaki identity has often been overlooked in modern discussions, but it was central to how ancient Mesopotamians understood their relationship with the divine world. The Anunnaki weren't arbitrary or capricious. They operated according to consistent principles that could be understood and anticipated through careful study of precedent and tradition. This predictability made it possible for humans to develop sophisticated relationships with the Anunnaki through prayer, ritual, and offerings. If you understood which Anunnaki had authority over your particular concerns, if you approached them with proper respect and appropriate gifts, if you demonstrated your worthiness through ethical behavior and community service, then you could reasonably expect divine favor and support. But the Anunnaki were never merely divine civil servants, mechanically implementing cosmic policies without regard for individual circumstances. They retained the personal characteristics and individual personalities that made them recognizable characters in mythological narratives. They could be compassionate or stern, patient or quick to anger, generous or demanding, depending on the situation and their assessment of what justice required. This combination of bureaucratic reliability and personal complexity made the Anunnaki particularly appealing to people living in the urban environments that characterized Mesopotamian civilization. City dwellers needed gods who understood the challenges of community life, who could balance competing claims and interests, who could maintain order without stifling the creativity and ambition that made cities dynamic and prosperous. The Anunnaki, as divine urban planners and administrators, possessed exactly these qualities. They were gods for people who lived by laws rather than customs, who depended on contracts rather than kinship, who solved problems through negotiation and compromise rather than force or tradition. But they were also gods whose authority ultimately derived from their connection to cosmic forces that dwarfed human understanding. The sky god An, their divine father, represented the infinite space above the earth, where storm clouds gathered and stars followed their eternal cycles. The Anunnaki carried that cosmic perspective into their earthly responsibilities, ensuring that human communities remained connected to the larger patterns and purposes that governed the universe. As afternoon faded into evening and the archive lights cast long shadows across the reading tables, I found myself thinking about the scribe who had pressed the tablet I was studying. He lived in a world where the boundary between earthly and divine authority was fluid and permeable, where gods participated actively in human affairs and humans could influence divine decisions through proper understanding and appropriate action. For him, the word Anunnaki carried none of the mysterious alienness that it has acquired in modern speculation. It was simply the proper term for a particular category of divine being, the princely offspring of the sky god who served as cosmic administrators and judges. These were gods he could understand, approach, and relate to, even while acknowledging their infinite superiority to human wisdom and power. The transformation of that straightforward theological concept into a label for extraterrestrial visitors required not just mistranslation, but a complete reimagining of what the ancient sources actually said and meant. It required ignoring the careful genealogical relationships that connected the Anunnaki to the broader divine hierarchy. It required overlooking the administrative and judicial functions that defined their role in cosmic government. It required dismissing the personal characteristics and individual personalities that made them compelling characters in mythological narratives. Most importantly, it required abandoning the sophisticated theological insights that ancient Mesopotamians had developed through centuries of religious experience and reflection. The original Anunnaki were complex divine beings who embodied profound truths about the relationship between cosmic order and human community, between divine authority and individual responsibility, between the unchanging principles that govern the universe and the changing circumstances that characterize earthly life. The evening call to prayer from a nearby mosque drifted through the archive windows, reminding me that the human search for divine meaning continues in forms that would have been recognizable to those ancient Sumerian scribes. The specific names and rituals have changed, but the fundamental questions remain the same. How should we understand our place in the cosmos? What obligations do we have to powers greater than ourselves? How can we live meaningful lives in the shadow of mysteries that exceed our comprehension? The Anunnaki, in their original form as the princely offspring of An, provided one set of answers to those eternal questions. Tomorrow night we'll explore how they functioned as cosmic judges and divine legislators, maintaining the order that made civilized life possible in the world's first urban communities. I remember standing in the reconstructed temple courtyard at Mari, watching the late afternoon sun slant through columns that had been carefully rebuilt according to archaeological evidence from the original structure. The air was heavy with the scent of frankincense burning in bronze censers, part of a cultural demonstration meant to help visitors understand how these spaces would have functioned in antiquity. But as the aromatic smoke drifted across the stone floor and the shadows lengthened between the pillars, it was easy to imagine how it must have felt to participate in the great ceremonies where the Anunnaki were invoked as cosmic judges and divine legislators. The sound of chanted prayers echoed from the inner sanctum, where museum staff were demonstrating ancient ritual practices, their voices rising and falling in cadences that scholars had painstakingly reconstructed from cuneiform texts. The words were Akkadian rather than the even more ancient Sumerian, but the rhythms and intonations carried an unmistakable authority. This was the context in which the Anunnaki functioned as the seven who decree, not as mysterious visitors from other worlds, but as the cosmic judiciary whose decisions shaped the fundamental laws governing both divine and human realms. They were the Supreme Court of the universe, if you will, responsible for establishing the principles that would guide lesser gods and mortal kings. The number 7 appears frequently in connection with the Anunnaki's judicial function, though it wasn't the only number associated with them. Different texts from different periods mention 50 Anunnaki associated with Eridu, 300 assigned to heaven, 200 responsible for the underworld, and various other numerical configurations that reflected the complex and evolving nature of Mesopotamian theology. This numerical fluidity has puzzled modern scholars who are accustomed to more systematized religious traditions, but it made perfect sense within the context of ancient Near Eastern thought. The divine world was understood to be dynamic and responsive, capable of reorganizing itself to meet new challenges and circumstances. When political conditions changed, when new cities rose to prominence, when natural disasters required fresh theological explanations, the pantheon adapted accordingly. But the core concept of the Anunnaki as cosmic judges remained remarkably consistent across these variations. Whether they numbered 7 or 50 or 600, they retained their essential function as the divine beings responsible for establishing and maintaining the fundamental principles of cosmic order. I've spent many hours studying the texts that describe Anunnaki assemblies, and what emerges from these ancient sources is a sophisticated understanding of how divine justice should operate. The Anunnaki don't make arbitrary decisions based on personal preference or momentary whim. They deliberate carefully, considering multiple perspectives and weighing competing claims before reaching judgments that will affect the cosmic order for generations to come. One particularly detailed account describes a divine assembly convened to address a dispute between Enlil and Enki over the proper response to human overpopulation. The text provides fascinating insights into how divine decision-making was understood to work. Each deity present at the assembly was allowed to speak, presenting arguments based on precedent, cosmic principle, and practical consideration. The Anunnaki listened to all perspectives before entering into their own deliberations, which continued until they reached a consensus that honored both justice and mercy while maintaining cosmic stability. This process of divine consultation and deliberation reflected the political realities of Mesopotamian city-states, where important decisions required the agreement of multiple authorities and stakeholders. But it also reflected deeper theological insights about the nature of divine authority itself. Even gods, these texts suggested, were bound by principles of justice and consistency that prevented them from acting purely on the basis of power or preference. The Anunnaki, as the embodiment of those constraining principles, served as both the agents and the guardians of cosmic law. They implemented divine justice, but they were also subject to it, bound by the same standards of consistency and fairness that they applied to others. This double role as both judges and subjects of cosmic law created interesting theological tensions that ancient Mesopotamian thinkers explored through mythological narratives. Could the Anunnaki ever make mistakes? Could they be held accountable for their decisions by higher authorities? Could they change their minds when new evidence became available or circumstances shifted in unexpected ways? The answers to these questions varied depending on the specific text and historical period, but the questions themselves reveal a sophisticated understanding of the challenges involved in creating and maintaining just systems of governance. The Anunnaki weren't portrayed as infallible or arbitrary. They were portrayed as powerful beings doing their best to maintain cosmic order under conditions of genuine uncertainty and complexity. The incense smoke was growing thicker as the afternoon demonstration continued, and I found myself thinking about how these theological concepts would have been experienced by ordinary people participating in temple ceremonies. For them, the Anunnaki weren't abstract philosophical principles, but immediate, practical realities whose decisions could affect everything from agricultural yields to military campaigns to the outcome of legal disputes. When a Mesopotamian farmer brought offerings to the temple and prayed for the Anunnaki's favorable judgment on his pending lawsuit, he wasn't engaging in primitive superstition. He was participating in a sophisticated system of cosmic justice that connected his personal concerns to fundamental principles of order and fairness. The Anunnaki, as divine judges, were understood to have both the wisdom and the authority necessary to ensure that justice would ultimately prevail over chaos and corruption. But this system of divine justice also imposed obligations on those who sought its protection. The Anunnaki were portrayed as gods who valued righteousness, honesty, and respect for legitimate authority. Those who approached them had to demonstrate their worthiness through ethical behavior and proper ritual observance. The divine judges could distinguish between genuine victims of injustice and those who sought divine intervention to escape the consequences of their own wrongdoing. This moral dimension of Anunnaki worship created strong incentives for ethical behavior throughout Mesopotamian society. If the cosmic judges were watching and evaluating human conduct, then temporary success achieved through dishonest means was ultimately self-defeating. Anunnaki's justice might be delayed, but it was inevitable, and it would take into account not just immediate actions, but the broader patterns of behavior that revealed a person's true character. I remember reading one text that described the Anunnaki maintaining detailed records of human actions, much like the administrative records that filled Mesopotamian temple archives. Each deed, whether good or evil, was carefully noted and preserved for eventual judgment. This wasn't portrayed as divine micromanagement, but as divine thoroughness. The cosmic judges took their responsibilities seriously enough to ensure that no relevant evidence would be overlooked. This record-keeping function connected Anunnaki's judicial role to the broader bureaucratic culture that characterized Mesopotamian civilization, just as human courts depended on written records to ensure consistent and fair application of legal principles. Divine courts were portrayed as operating according to similar standards of documentation and evidence. But the divine records were understood to be infinitely more complete and accurate than any human equivalent. The Anunnaki could perceive not just external actions, but internal motivations, not just immediate consequences, but long-term implications, not just individual behavior, but the complex web of relationships and circumstances that influenced human choices. This comprehensive knowledge made their judgments both more reliable and more terrifying than human justice. You couldn't deceive the Anunnaki through false testimony or clever legal arguments. You couldn't escape their jurisdiction by fleeing to distant lands or appealing to higher authorities. You couldn't corrupt their decisions through bribery or political influence. But their perfect knowledge also made their mercy more meaningful when they chose to exercise it. The Anunnaki, who pardoned human failings or provided divine assistance in times of crisis, did so with full awareness of exactly what they were forgiving or supporting. Their compassion wasn't based on ignorance or sentimentality, but on a profound understanding of human nature and cosmic purpose. The demonstration in the temple courtyard was drawing to a close as the sun sank toward the horizon, painting the reconstructed columns with shades of gold and amber. The chanted prayers faded to whispers, then to silence, leaving only the soft sound of footsteps on stone and the distant call of evening birds nesting in the date palms that surrounded the archaeological site. I found myself thinking about the cultural transformation that had changed the third dynasty of Ur from a regional power into a model for divine governance. The Anunnaki assemblies described in Mesopotamian texts closely paralleled the administrative councils that Ur-Nammu and his successors used to govern their expanding empire. Divine decision-making processes mirrored human bureaucratic practices, while human legal systems claimed divine sanction for their authority. This parallel development wasn't coincidentally reflected a sophisticated understanding of how legitimate authority should function at both cosmic and terrestrial levels. The Anunnaki served as divine prototypes for human judges and administrators, modeling the careful deliberation, respect for precedent, and commitment to justice that should characterize all forms of governance. But they also served as divine critics of human authority when earthly rulers failed to live up to these high standards. Mesopotamian literature includes numerous examples of kings who lost divine favor because they ruled arbitrarily or unjustly, and the Anunnaki often appear in these narratives as the cosmic judges who withdraw their support from unworthy human authorities. This critical function made the Anunnaki potentially dangerous allies for earthly rulers. Their support could legitimize political power and ensure prosperity and success. But their disapproval could lead to military defeat, economic collapse, and dynastic extinction. Kings who claimed to rule with divine sanction had to demonstrate through their actions that they deserved the cosmic judges' continued approval. The evening air carried the sound of modern traffic from the highway that passed near the archaeological site, a reminder of how thoroughly the world had changed since the last Mesopotamian temple ceremonies were performed in these reconstructed courtyards. But the fundamental questions that the Anunnaki were created to address questions about justice, authority, and the proper ordering of human communities remain as relevant today as they were 4,000 years ago. The Anunnaki's role as cosmic judges reflected ancient Mesopotamia's recognition that sustainable civilization requires more than just political power or economic prosperity. It requires shared commitment to principles of justice and fairness that transcend individual self-interest, and it requires institutions capable of maintaining those principles even when they conflict with short-term advantages or popular opinion. By portraying the Anunnaki as divine judges who were themselves bound by cosmic law, Mesopotamian theology created a model of legitimate authority that was both powerful and constrained, both decisive and accountable. This was a sophisticated political theology that anticipated many of the insights about constitutional government and rule of law that we associate with much later historical periods. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky above the reconstructed temple, I understood why the Anunnaki had captured human imagination so powerfully that their names survived the collapse of the civilization that created them. They embodied humanity's deepest aspirations for justice and order, while acknowledging the genuine difficulties involved in achieving those aspirations under real-world conditions. The cosmic judges who deliberated in divine assemblies, who maintained perfect records of human conduct, who combined infinite wisdom with ultimate authority, represented everything that human justice systems aspired to become but could never quite achieve. They were gods worthy of the urban civilization that created them, complex, sophisticated, and deeply engaged with the practical challenges of maintaining order and fairness in communities where individual interests often conflicted with collective needs. Tomorrow night, we'll explore the eternal conflict between divine brothers that shaped so much of Mesopotamian theological thought, and see how the Anunnaki functioned as witnesses and participants in the cosmic drama that determined the fate of both gods and mortals. I remember the first time I experienced a true Mesopotamian thunderstorm while visiting the ruins of Babylon. The sky had been clear and brilliant blue throughout the afternoon, with nothing to suggest the violence that was building beyond the horizon. But as evening approached, dark clouds began massing in the west, towering upward like divine mountains against the fading light. The air grew still and heavy, charged with an electric tension that made the hair on your arms stand upright and your skin prickle with anticipation. When the storm finally broke, it came with a fury that seemed almost personal, as if the sky itself was engaged in some cosmic battle that spilled over into the mortal realm. Lightning split the darkness with brilliant white fire, followed by thunder so deep and powerful that you felt it in your chest as much as heard it with your ears. The rain fell in torrents that turned the desert dust to mud and sent flash floods racing through wadis that had been bone dry moments before. Standing in the shelter of a reconstructed gateway, watching the ancient landscape transform under the storm's assault, I could understand why the Mesopotamians saw such weather as evidence of divine conflict. This wasn't just a meteorological phenomenon, was the visible manifestation of tensions that reached to the very heart of cosmic order, the earthly expression of an eternal struggle between competing principles of divine authority. At the center of that struggle stood two brothers whose rivalry shaped the theological landscape of ancient Mesopotamia for over 3,000 years. Enlil, the lord of air and storms, and Enki, the master of fresh water and wisdom. Their conflict wasn't merely personal, it represented fundamental disagreements about how the universe should be governed and what responsibilities the gods owed to their human subjects. The Anunnaki, as cosmic judges and divine administrators, found themselves repeatedly called upon to mediate between these competing visions of divine authority. Sometimes they supported Enlil's harsh but necessary justice. Sometimes they sided with Enki's compassionate but potentially chaotic mercy. Most often they sought solutions that honored both principles while preventing either from completely overwhelming the other. Enlil embodied the principle of cosmic order maintained through strength and discipline. He was the god who ensured that natural laws operated consistently, that divine commands were obeyed without question, that the hierarchy of authority was respected at every level of existence. His storms brought both destruction and renewal, clearing away corruption and weakness to make room for new growth and development. But Enlil's justice could be terrible in its thoroughness. When he determined that humanity had become too numerous and noisy, disturbing the peace that the gods deserved, his solution was characteristically direct: a flood that would reduce human population to manageable levels and restore divine tranquility. From Enlil's perspective, this wasn't cruelty, but necessary administration, the kind of hard decision that cosmic order sometimes required. Enki represented a different approach to divine responsibility. As the god of fresh water, he understood the life-giving potential that flowed beneath the earth's surface and the careful balance required to channel that potential constructively rather than destructively. His wisdom wasn't the abstract knowledge of cosmic principles, but the practical understanding of how those principles could be applied in ways that nurtured rather than simply controlled. The storm outside the gateway was beginning to subside, the lightning growing more distant and the thunder fading to a rumble that seemed to echo from deep within the earth itself. But the rain continued, soaking into desert soil that hadn't seen such moisture in months, carrying with it the promise of green shoots and flowering plants that would transform the landscape in the days to come. This was Enki's vision of divine authority power, used not to dominate or punish, but to enable and sustain life in all its messy, complicated, beautiful forms, where Enlil saw human multiplication as a problem requiring solution. Enki saw it as evidence of divine blessing that deserved protection and support. Where Enlil valued order and obedience, Enki prized creativity and adaptation. The conflict between these divine brothers reached its most dramatic expression in the flood narratives that appear throughout Mesopotamian literature. In these stories, the Anunnaki are called to witness and judge a dispute that will determine the fate of humanity itself. Enlil argues for comprehensive destruction based on justice and necessity. Enki advocates for preservation based on mercy and potential. The cosmic judges who hear these arguments face an impossible choice. Both brothers present compelling cases based on legitimate divine principles. Enlil's position is logically consistent and precedent-based. The gods have the right to expect certain standards of behavior from their creatures, and they have the authority to impose consequences when those standards aren't met. Enki's argument appeals to deeper values of compassion and responsibility. Creators have obligations to their creations that go beyond mere law enforcement. The Anunnaki's ultimate decision, as recorded in texts like the Atrahasis epic, reflects the sophisticated theological thinking that characterized Mesopotamian civilization at its height. Rather than simply choosing one brother over the other, they craft a solution that honors both perspectives while establishing new principles for divine human relationships going forward. Humanity is preserved, validating Enki's argument that total destruction would be excessive and unjust. But they are also chastened and constrained, acknowledging the validity of Enlil's concerns about divine authority and cosmic order. The flood becomes not just punishment or mercy, but transformation, a reset that allows both gods and humans to begin again with better understanding of their mutual obligations and limitations. I remember reading these flood narratives in the British Museum's Cuneiform collection, surrounded by tablets that preserved multiple versions of the same basic story from different periods and regions. What struck me most powerfully was how consistently the Anunnaki appeared in these texts as active participants rather than passive observers. They weren't just recording divine decisions made by higher authorities, they were helping to shape those decisions through their own deliberations and judgments. This participatory role reflected the Anunnaki's unique position within the Mesopotamian pantheon. As An's offspring, they possessed legitimate divine authority. As cosmic judges, they were responsible for maintaining consistency and fairness in the application of divine law. As administrators of earthly affairs, they understood the practical consequences of theological decisions in ways that more distant deities might not fully appreciate. The tension between Enlil and Enki created opportunities for the Anunnaki to exercise this authority in meaningful ways. When the divine brothers disagreed about fundamental questions of cosmic governance, the cosmic judges couldn't simply defer to higher authority. They had to evaluate competing claims and make decisions that would affect the structure of reality itself. These decisions weren't made lightly or arbitrarily. The texts describe lengthy deliberations where various Anunnaki voiced different perspectives and concerns, drawing on their specialized knowledge and experience to illuminate aspects of complex problems that might not be obvious to outside observers. The process resembled nothing so much as a Supreme Court wrestling with constitutional questions that would establish precedents for future generations. But unlike human courts, which are constrained by existing law and limited evidence, the Anunnaki could consider the full cosmic context of their decisions. They understood how divine actions would affect not just immediate circumstances, but long-term patterns of development and change. They could weigh not just legal precedents, but the fundamental principles that made cosmic order possible and meaningful. The rain was tapering off now, leaving behind the clean, oxygenated smell that follows thunderstorms and the sound of water dripping from stone surfaces onto the muddy ground. In the distance, I could see shafts of golden sunlight breaking through the dispersing clouds, illuminating patches of desert that gleamed like polished metal in the aftermath of the storm. This interplay between destruction and renewal, between the harsh necessity of Enlil's justice and the nurturing potential of Enki's mercy, captured something essential about the human condition that Mesopotamian thinkers understood with remarkable clarity. We live in a universe governed by principles that can seem contradictory or even hostile, where the same forces that sustain life can also destroy it. The Anunnaki, as cosmic mediators between these competing principles, offered hope that such tensions could be resolved through careful deliberation and wise judgment. They represented the possibility that apparent contradictions in the divine order might actually be complementary aspects of a larger cosmic purpose that human understanding couldn't fully grasp but could learn to trust. This theological sophistication distinguished Mesopotamian religion from many later traditions that sought to resolve divine contradictions through philosophical system building or doctrinal orthodoxy. The Mesopotamians were comfortable with divine complexity, with gods who embodied competing values and conflicting impulses, with cosmic order that maintained itself through dynamic tension rather than static perfection. The Anunnaki embodied this comfort with complexity in their role as divine administrators who had to balance competing claims and interests without losing sight of overarching cosmic purposes. They were gods who understood that perfect solutions were often impossible, that good governance required difficult compromises, that justice and mercy were both necessary but couldn't always be perfectly harmonized. As the storm clouds continued to disperse and the first stars became visible in the clearing sky, I found myself thinking about how this ancient understanding of divine conflict might speak to contemporary concerns about governance and authority. The tension between order and freedom, between security and opportunity, between individual rights and collective responsibilities. These are essentially the same tensions that Enlil and Enki represented in their eternal cosmic dispute. Modern democratic institutions, with their systems of checks and balances, their separation of powers, their complex procedures for resolving competing claims and interests, reflect insights that the Mesopotamians embedded in their understanding of divine governance. The Anunnaki's role as cosmic judges who mediate between competing divine authorities anticipates later developments in constitutional theory and practice, but the ancient understanding went deeper than mere institutional design, by portraying divine authority itself as complex and sometimes conflicted. Mesopotamian theology suggested that the tensions we experience in human governance aren't bugs in the cosmic system. They're features, necessary aspects of any order complex enough to sustain meaningful freedom and development. The Anunnaki, who witnessed and judged the eternal conflict between Enlil and Enki, were gods who understood that perfect unity might actually be less desirable than dynamic balance, that creative tension might be more valuable than static harmony, that the capacity to mediate between competing goods might be the highest form of divine wisdom. Standing there in the aftermath of the storm, watching the water pool in ancient foundations and feeling the electric aftermath of divine conflict slowly fades from the desert air, I understood why these particular gods had captured human imagination so powerfully. They offered a vision of cosmic order that was both stable and flexible, both authoritative and responsive, both just and merciful in ways that reflected the full complexity of existence itself. Tomorrow night we'll witness another form of divine conflict, the rebellion of the lesser gods that led to humanity's creation and established the Anunnaki's role as cosmic administrators responsible for managing relationships between different classes of divine beings. I remember the first time I stood in the ruins of a Mesopotamian irrigation canal at dawn, watching the sun rise over earthworks that had been abandoned for more than 2 millennia. The morning mist clung to the ancient channels like ghostly water, and you could still trace the careful engineering that had once brought life to thousands of acres of barley and wheat. The scale of the undertaking was staggering. Not just the miles of carefully graded channels and the complex system of gates and levees, but the sheer amount of human labor that such projects required. Every handful of earth had been moved by human hands. Every stone had been carried, every reed bundle woven into place, every surface smoothed and shaped by workers who labored under the burning sun day after day. But as I walked along those ancient waterways, feeling the morning heat already beginning to build despite the early hour, I could sense something else in the landscaper, kind of exhaustion that seemed to permeate the very earth. These weren't just abandoned irrigation works, they were monuments to human endurance, pushed beyond its breaking point, testament to the moment when even divine command couldn't compel further labor. This was the landscape of the Great Rebellion, of a human uprising against earthly masters, but a cosmic revolt that shook the foundations of divine order itself, and led directly to the creation of humanity as we understand it in Mesopotamian theology. The story begins with the Igigi, a class of divine beings whose name has become almost as familiar to modern audiences as that of the Anunnaki. In the earliest Sumerian texts, the Igigi were the younger gods, the divine workforce responsible for the massive construction projects that kept the cosmic machinery functioning properly, where the Anunnaki served as administrators and judges, the divine upper management. If you will, the Igigi were the ones who actually did the work. They dug the great canals that channeled the primordial waters, built the foundations that supported the earth, and maintained the complex infrastructure that allowed both gods and mortals to inhabit an ordered cosmos rather than primal chaos. But divine labor, it turned out, was subject to the same limitations and frustrations that affected human work. The Igigi grew tired. They grew resentful. They began to question why they should bear the burden of cosmic maintenance while their superiors enjoyed the fruits of their labor without contributing to the effort required to sustain divine civilization. The morning mist was beginning to burn off as the sun climbed higher, revealing the full extent of the ancient canal system that stretched to the horizon in every direction. I could imagine how it must have appeared to the first Mesopotamian settlers an impossible dream of agricultural abundance that would require divine assistance to achieve, but I could also imagine how it must have appeared to the gods themselves. An endless cycle of construction and maintenance that demanded constant vigilance and back-breaking effort with no prospect of relief or retirement. The rebellion, when it finally came, was as carefully planned and deliberately executed as any human labor strike. The Igigi didn't simply abandon their posts in frustrated anger. They organized, they coordinated their actions across multiple work sites. They chose their moment for maximum impact on the divine hierarchy that depended on their continued service. The most detailed account of this cosmic uprising appears in the Atrahasis epic, where the divine rebels surround Enlil's house at night. their tools thrown into fires that illuminate their exhausted faces with flickering light. The imagery is powerful and immediate. These aren't abstract, theological concepts, but vivid scenes that capture the drama and tension of a moment when the entire structure of cosmic order hung in the balance. The gods had to dig out canals, had to clear channels. The gods' work was massive. The task was heavy, the labor grievous. The ancient text records, but it also captures the mounting frustration that led to revolution. When the gods, manlike, bore the work and suffered the toil of the gods was great. The work was heavy. The distress was much. Standing beside those ancient channels, reading those words in the growing heat of the Mesopotamian morning, you could feel the weight of divine exhaustion that drove the rebellion. This wasn't about wages or working conditions in any modern sense. It was about the fundamental question of whether cosmic order could be maintained through coercion and hierarchy alone, or whether it required some form of consent and participation from those who bore the burden of actual labor. The confrontation between the rebelling Ajiji and the divine authorities reveals sophisticated thinking about power, responsibility, and the social contracts that make complex societies possible. Enlil, as the chief executive of the cosmic order, initially responds to the uprising with characteristic directness. He wants to identify and punish the ringleaders, to restore discipline through force and intimidation. But the rebellion has already gone beyond the point where traditional authority structures can contain it. The Ajiji aren't asking for better working conditions or reduced quotas. They're challenging the entire system that makes their endless labor necessary, while providing them with no voice in how their work is organized or what purposes it serves. The Anunnaki, as cosmic judges, find themselves facing a crisis that tests every aspect of their administrative wisdom. The rebels have legitimate grievances. The burden of maintaining cosmic order has indeed fallen disproportionately on the divine working class, while the benefits have been enjoyed primarily by the administrative and judicial classes. But the rebels' demands for relief threaten to undermine the entire structure of divine civilization, potentially returning the universe to the primal chaos from which it had been so carefully organized. The solution they devise reveals the theological sophistication that made Mesopotamian religion such a powerful intellectual force for over 3 millennia. Rather than simply crushing the rebellion or capitulating to its demands, the divine assembly creates an entirely new category of being designed specifically to resolve the cosmic labor crisis: humanity. But this wasn't the humanity of modern Anunnaki theories, genetically engineered by alien visitors to serve as gold miners on a distant planet. This was humanity as understood by people who saw themselves as integral participants in the cosmic order, created not for alien benefit, but to relieve the divine burden of maintaining the very systems that made civilized life possible. The creation account preserved in the Atrahasis epic is remarkably specific about humanity's intended role. Let her create a human being, so that he bear the yoke. Let him bear the yoke, the task of an Elel. Let man carry the toil of the gods. This wasn't about mining precious metals for extraterrestrial export. It was about participating in the ongoing work of cosmic maintenance that kept the universe functioning according to divine plan. The irrigation channels around me were perfect examples of this partnership between divine planning and human labor. The gods provided the knowledge and authority necessary to design such complex systems, but humans provided the physical effort required to build and maintain them. Neither could accomplish the task. Alone divine wisdom without human labor remained merely theoretical, while human effort without divine guidance led to chaos and failure. This collaborative model of cosmic order represented a remarkable theological innovation. Rather than viewing humanity as either completely separate from the divine realm or merely passive recipients of divine favor, Mesopotamian thinkers developed a sophisticated understanding of humans as junior partners in the cosmic enterprise, with real responsibilities and genuine agency within the broader framework of divine authority. Anunnaki's role in this new arrangement was correspondingly complex. They remained cosmic judges and administrators, responsible for maintaining order and resolving disputes, but they also became the primary interface between divine authority and human participation. The gods who communicated divine will to human communities and reported human concerns back to the divine assembly. This intermediary function required a different kind of divine wisdom than simple administrative efficiency or judicial fairness. The Anunnaki had to understand both divine purposes and human limitations, both cosmic principles and earthly practicalities. They had to be translators as well as judges, teachers as well as administrators, advocates as well as overseers. The morning sun was now high enough to cast sharp shadows across the ancient landscape, highlighting the precision with which these irrigation works had been planned and executed. Every curve and gradient had been calculated to maximize water distribution while minimizing erosion and siltation. Every gate and weir had been positioned to provide optimal control over flow rates and timing. The engineering was sophisticated enough to challenge modern hydraulic experts, yet it had been accomplished without power tools, surveying equipment, or computational aids. This was what divine-human collaboration looked like in practice projects that exceeded what either gods or humans could accomplish independently, but which became possible through the kind of partnership that the Igigi rebellion had made necessary. The cosmic labor crisis that threatened to destroy divine civilization had instead transformed it, creating new forms of cooperation and shared responsibility that enriched both divine and human communities. But the resolution of the rebellion also established important boundaries that would shape Mesopotamian theology for centuries to come. Humanity's role in cosmic maintenance was real and essential, but it remained subordinate to divine authority. Humans could participate in divine projects and benefit from divine protection, but they couldn't claim equality with their divine partners or independence from divine oversight. The Anunnaki, as the gods most directly responsible for managing this delicate relationship, had to maintain a careful balance between acknowledging human contributions and preserving divine prerogatives. They were the cosmic middle management responsible for ensuring that the partnership between heaven and earth remained productive and harmonious, while preventing either side from overreaching its proper role. This balancing act required constant attention and adjustment. Human communities that became too prosperous or powerful might begin to challenge divine authority directly, requiring divine intervention to restore proper hierarchy. Divine commands that imposed excessive burdens on human communities might provoke resentment and resistance that threatened the cooperative relationship altogether. The story of the Igigi rebellion and its resolution through human creation provided a theological framework for understanding these ongoing tensions. It explained why human labor was necessary for cosmic order, while also justifying divine authority over human affairs. It acknowledged human dignity and importance while maintaining divine supremacy and control. As I prepared to leave those ancient irrigation channels, walking back toward the modern road as the desert heat continued to build, I carried with me a profound appreciation for the theological sophistication that ancient Mesopotamian thinkers brought to questions that remain challenging today. How do we balance individual needs with collective responsibilities? How do we maintain legitimate authority while avoiding oppression? How do we create systems of cooperation that serve common purposes without sacrificing essential freedoms? The Anunnaki who witnessed and judged the Great Rebellion were gods who understood that these questions couldn't be resolved through simple formulas or abstract principles. They required ongoing negotiation, careful attention to changing circumstances, and the kind of practical wisdom that could only be developed through active engagement with the complexities of governing diverse communities with competing interests and needs. The rebellion of the Igigi had threatened to destroy cosmic order, but its resolution through human creation had actually strengthened and enriched that order. The divine hierarchy that emerged from the crisis was more complex but also more resilient, more inclusive but also more stable, more collaborative but also more clearly structured than what had existed before. This wasn't the last time the Anunnaki would face such challenges. As Mesopotamian civilization evolved and developed, new crises would test their administrative wisdom and judicial fairness. Political changes would require theological adaptations. Natural disasters would demand fresh explanations. Human communities would raise new questions about their role in cosmic order and their relationship with divine authority. But the precedent established by their handling of the Igigi rebellion provided a foundation for addressing these future challenges. The Anunnaki had proven themselves capable of fundamental innovation when circumstances required it, while maintaining the essential principles that made cosmic order possible. They were gods who could adapt without abandoning their core responsibilities, who could change while preserving what was most valuable in existing arrangements. Tomorrow night we'll follow them into the underworld, where they would take on entirely new roles as judges of the dead and guardians of the afterlife, demonstrating once again their remarkable capacity for theological evolution and practical adaptation. The desert wind picked up fragments of ancient pottery as I walked back toward the road, carrying with it whispers of the divine names that had once commanded reverence throughout the known world. The Anunnaki who had resolved the cosmic labor crisis through human creation were gods worthy of the civilization that honored them, complex, adaptable, and deeply committed to the ongoing work of building and maintaining a cosmos where both divine authority and human dignity could flourish together. I remember descending into the ancient burial chambers beneath your following stone steps, worn smooth by 4 millennia of footsteps into darkness that seemed to swallow the beam of my flashlight. The air grew cooler as we went deeper, carrying with it the faint metallic scent of groundwater seeping through limestone and the heavier, more complex smell of earth that had been sealed away from sunlight since the 3rd dynasty claimed dominion over southern Mesopotamia. 7 gates, the archaeologist leading our small group explained as we paused at each threshold, though the original symbolic barriers had long since crumbled to dust. 7 passages deeper into the earth, each one marking another stage in the journey from the world of the living to the realm of the dead. 7 opportunities for the soul to be questioned, judged, and either permitted to continue or turned back to face whatever consequences awaited those found unworthy of final rest. The weight of stone and earth above us pressed down like a physical presence, and I found myself thinking about the profound theological transformation that had moved the Anunnaki from their original roles as sky gods and cosmic administrators to their later function as judges of the dead. This wasn't simply a matter of changing job descriptions, represented a fundamental shift in how Mesopotamian civilization understood the relationship between divine authority and human destiny. By the time of the Old Babylonian period, roughly 2,000 years before the Common Era, the Anunnaki, who had once decreed cosmic law from celestial assemblies, had become the 7 judges who determined the fate of souls in the underworld. The same divine beings who had witnessed the rebellion of the Agigi and overseen the creation of humanity now presided over humanity's final judgment, ensuring that death was not an escape from cosmic order but its ultimate expression. The transformation wasn't sudden or arbitrary. As Mesopotamian civilization grew more complex and sophisticated, its understanding of divine justice necessarily expanded to address questions that earlier, simpler societies hadn't needed to consider. If the gods were truly just, what happened to the wicked, who prospered in life while the righteous suffered? If cosmic order was real and meaningful, how could that order be reconciled with the apparent randomness of mortal fortune? The answer developed through centuries of theological reflection and mythological elaboration was that divine justice operated on a timeline longer than human life. The Anunnaki, who served as cosmic judges, didn't limit their oversight to earthly affairs. They extended their authority into the realm of the dead, where final accounts could be settled and ultimate justice administered without the complications and constraints that affected divine intervention in the world of the living. Our descent continued deeper into the burial complex, past chambers where golden helmets and elaborately decorated lyres had been discovered alongside the remains of royal retainers who had accompanied their rulers into whatever lay beyond death. The archaeological evidence suggested that these weren't sacrificial victims, but willing participants in a cosmic journey that required proper preparation and divine guidance to navigate successfully. The underworld that the Anunnaki came to govern wasn't the terrifying hell of later religious traditions, nor was it the shadowy half-existence that characterized Greek concepts of the afterlife. It was understood as a continuation of cosmic order under different conditions, a realm where the same principles of justice and hierarchy that governed earthly affairs continued to operate, but with greater clarity and finality than was possible in the world above. In this subterranean domain, the Anunnaki served as both judges and administrators, maintaining the complex bureaucracy that sorted souls according to their earthly deeds and assigned them to appropriate afterlife conditions. The process was portrayed as methodical and fair, rather than arbitrary or emotional divine justice, operating with the same careful attention to evidence and precedent that characterized the best earthly courts. The most detailed account of this judicial process appears in the myth of Inanna's descent to the underworld, where the goddess of love and war must pass through 7 gates, surrendering pieces of her divine regalia at each threshold before facing judgment by the 7 Anunnaki who ruled the realm of the dead. the story provides fascinating insights into how this divine transformation was understood by the people who lived through it. Inanna's journey begins as a cosmic power struggles. She wants to extend her authority into her sister, Ereshkigal's underworld domain, challenging the established boundaries between different spheres of divine influence. But as she progresses deeper into the realm of the dead, the story becomes something more profound, an exploration of how even divine authority must ultimately submit to the cosmic principles that make order possible. At each gate, Inanna is required to remove another symbol of her power and status. Her crown, her jewelry, her royal garments, all the external markers that establish her identity and authority in the world above are stripped away until she stands naked and powerless before the 7 Anunnaki judges. This isn't portrayed as humiliation, but as necessary preparation for judgment that must be based on essential character rather than social position or accumulated wealth. The flashlight beam played across stone carvings that depicted similar scenes of divine judgment, though the details were worn almost smooth by age and moisture. You could still make out the basic composition: a central figure flanked by 7 seated judges, with scales or tablets representing the evidence being weighed. The iconography was remarkably consistent across different periods and regions, suggesting that the Anunnaki's role as underworld judges had become a central organizing principle of Mesopotamian afterlife beliefs. But the transition from sky gods to underworld judges created interesting theological tensions that ancient thinkers had to address. If the Anunnaki were now primarily associated with death and judgment, what happened to their original functions as cosmic administrators and divine legislators? Had they abandoned their earlier roles, or had they found ways to integrate underworld responsibilities with their continuing oversight of earthly affairs? The answer appears to have been both complex and evolving. Different texts from different periods provide varying accounts of how divine authority was distributed between celestial and chthonic realms. Some sources suggest that different groups of Anunnaki took on specialized roles, some remaining in heaven as cosmic judges, others descending to the underworld as judges of the dead. Other texts portray the same divine beings moving fluidly between different realms and responsibilities as circumstances required. This theological flexibility reflected the broader Mesopotamian understanding of divine nature as dynamic and responsive rather than fixed and unchanging. The gods evolved along with the civilization that worshipped them, taking on new roles and abandoning old ones as the needs of their communities shifted and developed. The Anunnaki's transformation into lords of the underworld also reflected changing political realities in the ancient Near East. As cities grew larger and social hierarchies became more complex, questions of justice and accountability became correspondingly more sophisticated. The simple rural morality that had characterized earlier periods was no longer adequate for urban civilizations where individual actions had far-reaching consequences, and where the gap between rich and poor created new forms of social tension. The underworld, ruled by the 7 Anunnaki judges, provided a theological framework for addressing these concerns. No matter how successful the wicked might be in life, no matter how much the righteous might suffer, ultimate justice would be administered by divine judges who could see through all deception and evaluate souls according to their true merits rather than their worldly achievements. Our descent had brought us to the deepest accessible level of the burial complex, where the stone walls pressed close and the silence was so complete that you could hear your own heartbeat echoing in the confined space. This was as close as we could come to experiencing what the ancient Mesopotamians imagined when they pictured the underworld realm where the Anunnaki had established their court of final justice. But the underworld wasn't portrayed as a place of eternal punishment or perpetual suffering. It was understood as the natural destination of human souls after death, where they would be judged according to their earthly deeds and assigned to conditions appropriate to their moral status. The righteous would find rest and peace. The wicked would face consequences proportionate to their crimes. Most people would experience something in between neither blessed nor damned, but simply continuing to exist under the same divine authority that had governed their lives above ground. This relatively mild understanding of afterlife judgment reflected the Mesopotamian emphasis on balance and proportion rather than absolute moral categories. The Anunnaki who presided over underworld justice were the same gods who had learned through the Igigi rebellion that effective governance required flexibility and responsiveness rather than rigid adherence to abstract principles. The judges who evaluated human souls in the underworld drew on the same wisdom and experience that had allowed them to resolve cosmic labor, disputes, and manage the complex relationship between divine authority and human agency. They understood that justice was not simply a matter of punishment and reward, but of maintaining the cosmic order that made meaningful existence possible for all participants in the divine economy. As we began our ascent back toward the surface, climbing the worn stone steps toward the distant promise of sunlight and fresh air, I found myself thinking about how profoundly this theological transformation had affected Mesopotamian culture. The knowledge that the Anunnaki continued their judicial oversight beyond death provided both comfort and accountability for people living in increasingly complex social environments. The comfort came from knowing that divine justice wasn't limited by the constraints and corruptions that affected earthly courts. No matter how powerful the oppressor or how helpless the victim, ultimate accountability would be administered by judges who possessed perfect knowledge and absolute authority. The cosmic order that seemed sometimes absent from daily life would be fully realized in the realm where final judgments were rendered. But the accountability was equally important. The same divine oversight that promised justice for victims also guaranteed consequences for perpetrators. The Anunnaki who judged souls in the underworld were the same gods who had overseen cosmic order since the beginning of time. They understood the full implications of human actions in ways that human judges, limited by partial information and finite wisdom, could never fully grasp. This dual aspect of comfort and accountability made the underworld Anunnaki particularly important in Mesopotamian ethical thinking. They represented both the promise that injustice would ultimately be corrected and the warning that wrongdoing would ultimately be punished, regardless of how successfully it might be concealed from earthly authorities. The theological sophistication involved in this transformation from sky gods to underworld judges reveals the intellectual maturity that characterized Mesopotamian religion at its height. Rather than simply adding new deities to address afterlife concerns, ancient thinkers found ways to integrate underworld justice with existing cosmic order, ensuring that death represented continuity rather than disruption in the divine governance of existence. Emerging finally into the desert sunlight, after our subterranean journey, I was struck by how the contrast between darkness and light, between the enclosed space of the tomb and the vast openness of the sky, captured something essential about Anunnaki's theological transformation. They had moved from the infinite openness of celestial authority to the intimate closeness of underworld judgment, but they had maintained their essential character as divine administrators committed to justice and order. The sun felt warm on skin that had grown cold in the depths, and the desert air carried the familiar sense of dust and distant water that connected this landscape to its ancient past. Somewhere beneath our feet, in chambers we hadn't visited and passages we couldn't access, lay the remains of people who had died believing that 7 divine judges would evaluate their souls with perfect wisdom and absolute fairness. That belief had shaped how they lived, how they treated others, and how they understood their place in a cosmos that extended far beyond the brief span of mortal existence. The Anunnaki, who had once decreed the laws that governed divine assemblies, now served as the final arbiters of human destiny, ensuring that death was not the end of accountability, but its beginning. Tomorrow night we'll explore how these same divine judges participated in humanity's creation, working alongside Enki to craft the first human beings from clay and divine breath, establishing the partnership between gods and mortals that would define Mesopotamian civilization for 3 millennia. I remember the first time I held raw clay from the banks of the Euphrates, feeling its cool plasticity between my fingers as the morning sun warmed the riverbank where Mesopotamian potters had worked for countless generations. The clay was rich and fine-grained, colored the deep reddish-brown that comes from iron-rich silt deposited over millennia of seasonal flooding. It responded to pressure with surprising sensitivity, holding the shape of fingerprints and tool marks while remaining malleable enough to be reformed and reshaped with gentle pressure. This was the raw material from which, according to ancient Mesopotamian understanding, the gods had crafted the first human beings, not the sterile laboratory conditions that modern reinterpretations would suggest, not the advanced genetic engineering techniques that contemporary theorists have imposed on ancient narratives, but the simple, immediate technology of clay and divine breath that connected human creation directly to the landscape that would sustain human civilization. Working that clay in my hands beside the ancient river, I could understand why Mesopotamian thinkers had found in it the perfect metaphor for divine craftsmanship. Clay was abundant and accessible, requiring no special tools or rare materials to shape into useful forms, but it was also responsive to skill and intention, capable of being transformed from formless earth into vessels of remarkable beauty and functionality under the guidance of experienced hands. The creation accounts preserved in Mesopotamian literature portray human origins not as a single, definitive event, but as an ongoing process of divine experimentation and refinement. Different texts provide different details, different divine participants, and different explanations for why humanity was necessary in the cosmic order. But they share a consistent understanding of human creation as purposeful divine craftsmanship rather than accidental evolution or alien intervention. The most detailed account appears in the Atrahasis epic, where the creation of humanity emerges directly from the resolution of the Agigi rebellion we explored. In our previous journey together, the divine assembly having recognized the cosmic order required a workforce to maintain the complex systems that kept the universe functioning properly, turned to Enki for a solution that would address the legitimate grievances of the rebelling gods, while preserving the essential infrastructure of divine civilization. Enki's response reveals the theological sophistication that characterized Mesopotamian thinking about divine creativity and human purpose. Rather than simply commanding humanity into existence through divine fiat, he engaged in a collaborative process that involved multiple deities and drew on both divine wisdom and existing cosmic materials to create beings specifically designed for their intended role in the cosmic economy. The clay I was shaping began to warm under my fingers, becoming more pliable as it absorbed heat from the morning sun and moisture from the river air. Ancient texts describe a similar process of divine craftsmanship, where the earth that would become human flesh was carefully prepared and conditioned before being shaped into its final form. But clay alone, no matter how skillfully worked, couldn't produce the living, breathing beings that cosmic order required. The creation process demanded the addition of divine essence described in various texts as breath, blood, or spirit that would animate the clay forms and give them the intelligence necessary to perform their assigned functions. This divine contribution wasn't portrayed as genetic engineering or technological manipulation, but as the generous sharing of divine nature with created beings. The gods didn't hold back their most precious qualities, but deliberately incorporated aspects of their own consciousness and capability into human nature, creating beings who would be capable of understanding divine will and participating meaningfully in cosmic maintenance. The Anunnaki's role in this creation process was both supervisory and participatory. As cosmic judges and administrators, they had authority to approve the specifications for the new beings and ensure that human capabilities would be appropriate for the tasks they were intended to perform. But they were also actively involved in the crafting process, contributing their own wisdom and experience to the design decisions that would shape human nature. The texts describe divine collaboration that resembles a divine workshop more than a modern laboratory, with different gods contributing specialized knowledge and skills to the creative process. Enki provided the fundamental wisdom and technical expertise. Ninto, the mother goddess, contributed her knowledge of birth and nurturing. The Anunnaki offered their understanding of justice and order, ensuring that humanity would be created with the moral capacity necessary to participate constructively in cosmic society. But the most remarkable aspect of these creation accounts is their explicit acknowledgement of human limitations and imperfections. The gods didn't attempt to create perfect beings who would be capable of replacing divine authority altogether. They deliberately designed humanity with constraints that would preserve the cosmic hierarchy, while still enabling meaningful participation in divine projects. Humans were given intelligence but not omniscience, strength but not divine power, longevity but not immortality. They were created as junior partners in the cosmic enterprise, capable of significant contributions, but always dependent on divine guidance and support for their ultimate success and fulfillment. The clay in my hands was beginning to take shape under deliberate pressure, forming the rough outline of a human figure that would have been recognizable to any ancient Mesopotamian sculptor. The process required constant attention and adjustment to much pressure, and the form would collapse. Too little, and it would remain shapeless and undefined. The balance between divine creativity and material constraints that the creation accounts describe was immediately apparent in this simple act of shaping Earth into recognizable form. This understanding of human creation as divine craftsmanship rather than technological production had profound implications for how Mesopotamian civilization understood the relationship between humanity and the gods. Humans weren't autonomous beings who happened to encounter divine authority from the outside. They were created beings whose very existence depended on their connection to the divine source that had shaped them from clay and breathed life into their forms. But neither were they mere automatons programmed to perform specific functions without understanding or choice. The divine essence that animated human clay included the capacity for moral reasoning, creative problem-solving, and meaningful relationships with both divine and human communities. Humans were created to be conscious participants in cosmic order rather than unconscious tools for divine convenience. This theological insight distinguished Mesopotamian creation accounts from both earlier mythologies that portrayed humans as afterthoughts in cosmic development and later traditions that emphasized human separation from or opposition to divine authority. The Anunnaki who participated in human creation were gods who understood that effective cosmic order required willing cooperation, rather than grudging obedience, intelligent partnership rather than mindless servitude. The purpose of human creation, as described in these ancient texts, was fundamentally different from the gold mining operations that contemporary theorists have imposed on the narrative. Humans were created to relieve the divine burden of maintaining cosmic infrastructure, not to extract wealth for alien export, but to participate in the ongoing work of civilization that benefited both divine and human communities. This work included agriculture, construction, craftsmanship, trade, governance, and religious observance, all the complex activities that made urban civilization possible and that required both divine guidance and human labor to accomplish successfully. The irrigation systems we explored in our previous journey, the temple complexes that served as religious and economic centers, the legal codes that governed social relationships, all of these represented the fruit of divine human collaboration in the cosmic work that human creation had made possible. The morning sun was climbing higher, making the clay warm and almost alive in my hands. The simple human figure I had shaped was crude compared to the sophisticated sculptures that Mesopotamian artisans would produce, but it captured something essential about the creation process that ancient texts described: divine intention working through natural materials guided by wisdom and skill, producing forms that were both recognizably earthly and somehow touched by transcendent purpose. But the creation accounts also acknowledge the ongoing challenges involved in maintaining productive relationships between divine creators and human creatures. Humans possessed genuine agency and could choose to cooperate with divine purposes or to pursue independent agendas that might conflict with cosmic order. The gods had created beings capable of meaningful choice, which necessarily included the capacity to choose unwisely or rebelliously. The Anunnaki, as the divine administrators most directly responsible for managing divine-human relationships, found themselves dealing with the practical consequences of these design decisions. They had to maintain cosmic order while respecting human agency, provide divine guidance while allowing meaningful human initiative, and preserve divine authority while acknowledging legitimate human concerns and interests. This administrative challenge required the same kind of theological sophistication that had allowed them to resolve the Agigi rebellion through creative innovation rather than simple force. The Anunnaki, who governed human affairs, had to be judges and teachers, overseers and advocates, maintaining the cosmic hierarchy while fostering the kind of collaborative relationships that made divine-human partnership productive and sustainable. The most successful human communities, according to Mesopotamian understanding, were those that achieved effective balance between divine authority and human creativity, between cosmic order and local adaptation, between traditional wisdom and innovative problem-solving. These communities prospered because they understood their role as participants in cosmic maintenance rather than independent agents pursuing purely human agendas. But the creation accounts also recognize that such balance was difficult to achieve and maintain. Human nature included tendencies toward pride, selfishness, and short-sighted thinking that could disrupt divine-human cooperation and threaten cosmic order. The same creativity and agency that made humans valuable partners in divine work also made them capable of causing significant problems when misdirected or misused. The Anunnaki's ongoing judicial and administrative functions were necessary precisely because human creation had introduced new variables into cosmic order that required constant monitoring and occasional intervention to keep in proper balance. They were the divine quality control managers, responsible for ensuring that the cosmic workforce they had helped create continued to function according to design specifications while adapting to changing circumstances and challenges. As the day grew warmer and the clay figure in my hands began to dry and harden, I found myself thinking about the profound theological insight embedded in these ancient creation accounts. By portraying humanity as the product of divine collaboration rather than individual creativity, Mesopotamian thinkers had developed a model of cosmic order that was both hierarchical and participatory, both stable and dynamic, both divinely guided and humanly implemented. The humans that the Anunnaki had helped create were neither gods nor animals, but something genuinely new beings capable of bridging the gap between divine wisdom and earthly implementation, between cosmic principles and local circumstances, between eternal purposes and temporal needs. They were the missing link in cosmic order, not in an evolutionary sense, but in a functional sense, filling a role that neither gods nor nature could fill independently. This understanding of human purpose provided both dignity and responsibility to human existence. Humans mattered in cosmic terms not because they were independent agents capable of challenging divine authority, but because they were essential partners in divine work, created specifically to participate in the ongoing project of maintaining and developing cosmic civilization. The clay figure was nearly complete now, its basic human form clearly recognizable despite the crude simplicity of my amateur craftsmanship, setting it carefully on a flat stone to dry in the desert sun. I thought about the ancient craftsmen who had worked this same clay into vessels that would serve their communities for decades or centuries, and about the divine craftsmen who had supposedly worked similar clay into forms that would serve cosmic purposes for the entire span of human history. Tomorrow night, we'll explore how this understanding of human creation and purpose was transformed by the rise of Babylon and the elevation of Marduk II, supreme divine authority, a political and theological revolution that would reshape the Anunnaki's role while preserving their essential function as cosmic administrators and judges. The Euphrates flowed past with its eternal rhythm, carrying silt toward the delta where the first cities had risen from similar clay, where the first humans had supposedly been shaped by divine hands that understood both the potential and the limitations of earthly materials animated by divine breath. I remember standing at the edge of the Persian Gulf at low tide, watching the ancient waters recede to reveal mudflats that stretched toward the horizon like the primordial landscape of creation itself. The water was dark and turbulent, stirred by winds that seemed to carry whispers from the deepest places of the earth, and as the waves retreated, they left behind channels and pools that caught the late afternoon light like scattered mirrors reflecting an endless sky. This was Tiamat's realm, the primordial saltwater ocean that ancient Mesopotamians understood as the source of all existence and the ultimate threat to cosmic order. Standing there with salt spray on my face and the sound of ancient waters in my ears, I could feel the power that had inspired the greatest creation epic in human literature, the Enuma Elish, where cosmic order itself was born from divine battle and the Anunnaki were transformed from independent rulers into servants of a new supreme deity. The waters before me moved with their own rhythm, indifferent to human presence, ancient beyond measurement and vast beyond comprehension. Somewhere beneath those dark waves lay the conceptual birthplace of chaos itself, not the random disorder that modern minds often imagine, but the primordial creative force that contained all possibilities within its depths, unorganized and unlimited by the boundaries that would eventually define the ordered cosmos. Tiamat wasn't evil in the sense that later traditions would understand divine antagonists. She was the creative principle that preceded distinction and definition, the cosmic womb from which gods themselves had emerged in the distant past. But she was also the enemy of the ordered world that those gods had built from her ancient substance, the force that threatened to dissolve all boundaries and return existence to its original, undifferentiated state. The Enuma Elish, composed during Babylon's rise to dominance in the second millennium before the Common Era, tells the story of how this fundamental tension between chaos and order was resolved through divine warfare that would reshape the entire structure of Mesopotamian theology. It's a creation epic, but more than that, it's a political document that justified Babylon's supremacy and Marduk's elevation to the head of the divine pantheon by portraying them as the saviors of cosmic civilization itself. The wind picked up across the mudflats, carrying with it the deep, organic smell of sea life and the sharper scent of salt crystals forming in shallow pools as the water continued its retreat. I could imagine how this same landscape must have appeared to ancient minds, a place where the boundaries between water and land, between formed and unformed, between being and non-being, were constantly shifting according to forces beyond human understanding or control. In the beginning, according to the Enuma Elish, there was only Water-Apsu, the sweet water beneath the earth, and Tiamat, the salt water of the seas, mingling together in undifferentiated unity. From their union emerged the first gods, beings who brought distinction and definition to the primordial chaos, but who remained dependent on the cosmic forces that had given them birth. But the younger gods grew restless within the ancient order. They made noise. They disrupted the primordial quiet. They challenged the established patterns that had governed existence since time immemorial. Their very presence represented change and development, growth and complexity that threatened the static perfection of the original cosmic state. Apsu, disturbed by this disruption of ancient peace, decided that the younger gods must be destroyed to restore the tranquility that he and Tiamat had enjoyed before divine civilization complicated their simple existence. But Enki, the wise god of fresh water and magic, learned of this plan and struck first, slaying Apsu and establishing his own dwelling place over the fresh water realm that his victory had claimed. Tiamat's response to her consort's death would drive the central drama of the creation epic. Grieving and enraged, she marshaled the forces of chaos against the younger gods who had murdered her, beloved, and disrupted the cosmic order that had sustained existence since the beginning of time. She created monsters, dragons, and serpents, scorpion men, and storm demons, beings that embodied the raw creative power of chaos directed toward the destruction of everything the younger gods had built. The battle lines were drawn between primordial chaos and emergent order, between the ancient powers that sought to preserve the original cosmic state and the younger forces that represented change, growth, and the kind of complex civilization that required constant maintenance and defense against the entropy that always threatened to reclaim organized existence. The late afternoon sun was sinking toward the horizon, painting the retreating waters with shades of gold and crimson that seemed to echo the cosmic conflagration described in the ancient epic. The Anunnaki, in this version of divine history, found themselves facing the greatest crisis they had ever encountered, a war that would determine not just who ruled the cosmos, but whether cosmic order itself could survive the assault of primordial chaos. Initially, the established gods proved inadequate to meet Tiamat's challenge. The traditional divine authorities, including the Anunnaki who had served as cosmic judges and administrators for centuries, lacked the power necessary to defeat the monsters that chaos had created. One by one, potential champions were proposed and rejected as the divine assembly searched desperately for someone capable of facing Tiamat in single combat. Finally, attention turned to Marduk, a relatively young god associated with Babylon, who possessed both the strength and the wisdom necessary to confront the primordial enemy. But Marduk's willingness to serve as divine champion came with conditions that would fundamentally alter the structure of cosmic government. He demanded supreme authority over all the gods, including the Anunnaki, in exchange for his service as defender of cosmic order. The divine assembly faced an impossible choice. They could preserve their traditional independence and probably lose everything to Tiamat's assault, or they could surrender their autonomy to a new supreme ruler who promised victory but whose future rule might prove as constraining. As Tiamat's chaos was destructive, the debate that followed revealed the theological sophistication that made Mesopotamian religious thought such a powerful intellectual force. The Anunnaki who participated in this cosmic deliberation weren't simply choosing between competing candidates for divine leadership. They were deciding what kind of cosmic order they wanted to inhabit, one based on traditional collegial governance where authority was distributed among various specialized deities, or one based on monarchical supremacy where a single god possessed ultimate power over all aspects of existence. The waters continued their retreat as I walked along the muddy shore, revealing tide pools where small crabs scuttled between patches of seaweed and crystalline formations, caught the last light of the setting sun. The landscape was constantly changing as the tide receded, creating new configurations of water and land that would exist for a few hours before the returning waters dissolved them back into the larger patterns of oceanic rhythm. This temporary stability, surrounded by constant change, seemed to capture something essential about the cosmic situation that the Enuma Elish addressed. The ordered world that the gods had built was always provisional, always threatened by the chaotic forces that had preceded it, and that continued to exist at the margins of organized existence. Maintaining cosmic civilization required constant vigilance and occasional heroic intervention when normal. Administrative procedures proved insufficient. Marduk's victory over Tiamat, when it came, was both physical and creative. He didn't simply destroy the primordial monster, he dismembered her body and used its parts to create the organized cosmos that would provide a stable foundation for divine and human civilization. Her skull became the dome of heaven, her body the earth, her blood the rivers and seas that would sustain life within the ordered world. This creative use of chaotic materials revealed the theological insight that distinguished Mesopotamian creation mythology from simpler narratives of divine triumph over evil. Chaos wasn't eliminated by Marduk's victory, was transformed and incorporated into cosmic order in ways that made that order more stable and comprehensive than it had been before the crisis. But the political implications of Marduk's triumph were equally significant. The god who had saved cosmic civilization now claimed the supreme authority that the divine assembly had promised him in exchange for his service. The Anunnaki, along with all the other traditional deities, found themselves subordinated to a new cosmic monarchy that concentrated ultimate power in the hands of a single divine ruler. This transformation from divine oligarchy to divine monarchy reflected the political changes that were reshaping Mesopotamian civilization during the period when the Enuma Elish was composed. Babylon's rise to regional dominance paralleled Marduk's elevation to supreme divine authority, and the epic served to justify both developments by portraying them as necessary responses to the cosmic crisis, rather than mere political opportunism. The Anunnaki's role in this new divine order was both diminished and transformed. They retained their functions as judges and administrators, but these functions were now exercised under Marduk's ultimate authority rather than as independent cosmic powers. They became, in essence, divine cabinet ministers responsible to a supreme executive rather than autonomous rulers governing their own specialized domains. The sun was touching the horizon now, painting the sky with the same violent colors that ancient texts used to describe the cosmic battle between Marduk and Tiamat. The retreating waters reflected these colors like scattered fragments of divine fire, and the sound of waves against the muddy shore provided a rhythmic accompaniment to thoughts about transformation and continuity in divine governance. But the Enuma Elish also reveals the theological sophistication that allowed Mesopotamian thinkers to address the tensions inherent in this divine transformation. Marduk's supremacy wasn't portrayed as arbitrary tyranny, but as legitimate authority earned through heroic service and confirmed by divine consensus. The Anunnaki who accepted subordination to the new cosmic monarch did so because they recognized that their traditional collegial system had proven inadequate to meet existential threats to cosmic order itself. This understanding of legitimate authority as both earned through merit and confirmed through consent would have profound implications for human governance as well as divine rule. Kings who claimed to rule with divine sanction had to demonstrate through their actions that they deserved the same kind of trust and authority that the gods had granted to Marduk. Political power, like cosmic authority, required both the strength to defend order against chaos and the wisdom to maintain justice and stability within the ordered realm. The Anunnaki's acceptance of Marduk's supremacy also established important precedents for how legitimate authority should function even when concentrated in a single ruler. Marduk didn't eliminate the traditional divine functions that the Anunnaki had performed. He incorporated them into a more centralized system that preserved their expertise while coordinating their efforts more effectively than the old collegial approach had managed. This model of centralized but inclusive governance provided a framework for understanding how monarchical power could be both strong and just, both decisive and responsive to the specialized knowledge and legitimate concerns of subordinate authorities. The Anunnaki, who served under Marduk's supreme rule, retained their dignity and importance, while contributing to a more effective system of cosmic administration. As full darkness fell, and the first stars became visible in the clear sky above the Persian Gulf, I found myself thinking about how profoundly this theological transformation had affected not just Mesopotamian religion, but the broader development of monotheistic traditions that would eventually replace the old polytheistic systems altogether. The Enuma Elish's portrayal of divine authority becoming concentrated in a single supreme ruler, while preserving the functions and dignity of subordinate deities, provided a conceptual bridge between polytheistic and monotheistic understandings of divine government. The Anunnaki, who accepted Marduk's supremacy, demonstrated that multiple divine personalities could coexist with unified cosmic authority, that theological diversity could be maintained within doctrinal unity. The Enuma Elish's portrayal of divine authority becoming concentrated in a single supreme ruler, while preserving the functions and dignity of subordinate deities, provided a conceptual bridge between polytheistic and monotheistic understandings of divine government. The Anunnaki, who accepted Marduk's supremacy, demonstrated that multiple divine personalities could coexist with unified cosmic authority, that theological diversity could be maintained within doctrinal unity. But the epic also acknowledged the costs associated with this theological transformation. The Anunnaki, who had once ruled as independent cosmic princes, now served as appointed administrators whose authority derived from their relationship to supreme power rather than from their own inherent divine nature. They had gained security and effectiveness at the price of autonomy and independence. This trade-off between freedom and order, between individual authority and collective security, between traditional governance and innovative leadership, would resonate through human political development for millennia to come. The divine transformation recorded in the Enuma Elish anticipated many of the tensions and possibilities that would characterize the evolution of human government from tribal and city-state systems toward imperial and eventually national forms of organization. The dark waters lapped quietly against the shore as the tide began its return, slowly reclaiming the mudflats that had been exposed during the evening's retreat. The eternal rhythm of oceanic advance and retreat continued, according to cosmic forces that operated beyond human understanding or control, just as the cosmic order that Marduk had established continued to function according to divine principles that transcended the political arrangements of any particular historical period. The Anunnaki, who had witnessed this cosmic transformation, who had surrendered their independence to preserve cosmic order, who had accepted new roles within a more centralized system of divine governance, represented a theological insight of remarkable sophistication. They understood that maintaining meaningful existence in a universe threatened by chaos required both the courage to fight for order and the wisdom to adapt existing institutions when circumstances demanded fundamental change. Standing there beside the primordial waters where Tiamat's realm met the ordered world that Marduk's victory had made possible, I understood why this ancient epic had captured human imagination so powerfully that its influence could still be traced in religious and political thought thousands of years after Babylon's fall. The Enuma Elish addressed fundamental questions about authority, legitimacy, order, and change that remain as relevant today as they were when the first scribes pressed its words into clay tablets beside these same ancient waters. The Anunnaki's transformation from independent rulers to subordinate administrators wasn't. The end of their story was another chapter in their long evolution as humanity's understanding of cosmic order continued to develop and deepen. They remained essential participants in divine governance, but they now functioned within a framework that acknowledged the necessity of supreme authority, while preserving the specialized wisdom and experience that made effective administration possible. Tomorrow night, we'll explore how these transformed divine judges addressed the greatest test of cosmic order, the divine decision to flood the earth, and the complex moral drama that unfolded as different gods argued for destruction or preservation of the human race they had helped to create. I remember the sound of rain on the wooden roof of a traditional mud heath dwelling in the Iraqi marshlands, where I had taken shelter during an unexpected deluge that transformed the landscape around us in a matter of hours. The rain fell with an intensity that seemed almost deliberate, each drop striking the woven reed walls with sharp percussion that built into a continuous drumming that drowned out all other sound. Through gaps in the construction, I could see water rising in channels that had been nearly dry moments before, carrying with it debris from upstream settlements and the promise of both destruction and renewal that floodwaters bring to river civilizations. The old man who had offered me shelter sat cross-legged on a woven mat, his weathered hands moving automatically through the motions of repairing fishing nets, while his eyes watched the rising water with the calm attention of someone who had witnessed this drama many times before. "The water comes when it will," he said in Arabic, his voice barely audible above the rain. "We build where we must, and when the water claims what it will claim, we build again." This was the landscape that gave birth to humanity's first flood narratives, not the global catastrophe of later traditions, but the immediate, recurring reality of river civilizations where seasonal flooding could transform familiar territory into an alien seascape in a single day. Standing in that traditional dwelling with ancient water management techniques all around me, I could understand how the Mesopotamians had developed their sophisticated understanding of divine conflict playing out through natural disaster. The rain intensified as darkness fell, and through the sound of water against wood and reed, I found myself thinking about the cosmic drama that ancient scribes had preserved in multiple versions across nearly 2 millennia of literary development, the flood narratives of Mesopotamia preserved in the Atrahasis epic, The Epic of Gilgamesh and the Eridu Genesis weren't simply stories about divine punishment or human survival. They were complex theological explorations of the tensions between justice and mercy, order and compassion, divine authority and divine responsibility. At the center of these narratives stood the eternal conflict between Enlil and Enki that we explored in our earlier journey together. But in the flood stories, this cosmic sibling rivalry reached its most dramatic and consequential expression, with the Anunnaki called upon to serve as both witnesses and judges in a divine dispute that would determine the fate of the entire human race. The disagreement began, according to these ancient sources, with a familiar complaint that revealed deep tensions within the divine understanding of cosmic order. Humanity had multiplied and prospered in the centuries since their creation to relieve the divine labor shortage. Cities had grown larger and more complex. Human activities had become more varied and sophisticated. But from Enlil's perspective, as the guardian of cosmic stability, this success had become a problem rather than an achievement. The water was rising steadily outside our shelter, and I could hear the sound of objects floating past, pieces of wood, bundles of reeds, the occasional animal call of something caught in the current. The old fisherman continued his net mending with unperturbed concentration, but his eyes tracked the water level with the attention of someone who understood that survival in such an environment required constant vigilance and careful judgment about when adaptation was possible and when retreat was necessary. Too many, Enlil complained in the ancient texts, and too loud. Human civilization had disturbed the cosmic quiet that the gods deserved. The noise of cities, the bustle of trade, the complexity of human politics and relationships, all of this activity generated a kind of spiritual pollution that disrupted divine tranquility and threatened the ordered peace that the cosmic government required to function effectively. But Enlil's concern went deeper than mere annoyance at human noise. As the divine administrator responsible for maintaining cosmic order, he understood that unchecked growth in any system eventually led to instability and collapse. Human population and civilization had reached levels that strained the natural systems designed to support them. Resources were being consumed faster than they could be renewed. Social tensions were mounting as communities grew beyond the scale that traditional governance could manage effectively. From this administrative perspective, a significant reduction in human population wasn't cruelty, but prudent management, the kind of hard decision that responsible authorities sometimes had to make to prevent even greater disasters down the road. The flood that Enlil proposed would be terrible in its immediate effects, but it would restore the balance between human needs and cosmic resources that sustainable civilization required. Enki's response revealed a fundamentally different understanding of divine responsibility and cosmic purpose. As the god who had played the leading role in human creation, he felt a special obligation to the beings who carried divine essence within their clay forms. Humans weren't just useful tools for cosmic maintenance, they were beloved creations whose existence reflected divine creativity and whose potential for growth and development was part of the cosmic plan rather than a threat to it. The sound of rain was changing as the storm moved overhead, shifting from the sharp percussion of individual drops to the continuous roar of water falling in sheets that made the world outside our shelter invisible. The fisherman paused in his work to light an oil lamp, its warm glow creating a circle of human comfort within the vast darkness of the flood-transformed landscape. Enki sees further than Enlil sometimes, the old man said unexpectedly, though I hadn't mentioned the ancient stories that were occupying my thoughts. The water that destroys also creates. The mud that buries also fertilizes. The wise God understands that both are necessary, but timing matters more than strength. His words captured something essential about the divine conflict that these flood narratives explored with such theological sophistication. Enki didn't oppose floods. As such, he understood that periodic renewal was necessary for healthy ecosystems and sustainable civilization. But he argued for solutions that would preserve what was valuable while eliminating what was genuinely problematic, rather than the comprehensive destruction that Enlil's approach would produce. The Anunnaki who gathered in the divine assembly to hear these competing arguments faced one of the most difficult decisions in cosmic history. Both divine brothers presented compelling cases based on legitimate concerns and valid principles. Enlil's position was supported by clear evidence of resource strain and social instability that threatened long-term cosmic order. Enki's argument appealed to fundamental values of creativity and nurture that were central to divine nature itself. The deliberation process that followed revealed the sophisticated understanding of divine governance that made Mesopotamian theology such a powerful intellectual achievement. The cosmic judges didn't simply vote on competing proposals or defer to higher authority. They engaged in careful analysis of the evidence, consideration of alternative solutions, and evaluation of long-term consequences that would affect both divine and human communities for generations to come. Some Anunnaki supported Enlil's position, arguing that divine authority required the courage to make difficult decisions when circumstances demanded them, even when those decisions involved significant short-term suffering. Others sided with Enki, maintaining that divine wisdom required finding solutions that honored both justice and mercy, that preserved what was valuable while addressing what was problematic. But the most sophisticated divine thinkers sought middle positions that would satisfy both brothers' legitimate concerns while avoiding the extremes that either pure justice or pure mercy might produce. The flood that they eventually authorized was comprehensive enough to address Enlil's concerns about overpopulation and resource strain, but selective enough to preserve the human genetic and cultural heritage that Enki argued was essential for future development. The rain was beginning to subside as the storm system moved past our location, but the water level continued to rise as runoff from higher elevations made its way through the complex network of channels that drained the marshland. The fisherman secured his completed net and began preparing simple food on a small brazier, moving with the calm efficiency of someone who understood that flood time required different rhythms and priorities than normal circumstances. The solution that emerged from divine deliberation was characteristically sophisticated in its balancing of competing principles and practical concerns, rather than preventing the flood entirely or allowing it to destroy humanity completely. The Anunnaki crafted a response that would use the crisis as an opportunity for both divine and human learning and development. Enki was authorized to warn a single human Etrahasis. In some versions, Ziusudra in others, Utnapishtim in the version preserved in the Epic of Gilgamesh about the coming disaster. This warning wouldn't prevent the flood from accomplishing Enlil's primary objectives of population reduction and resource rebalancing, but it would ensure that human civilization wouldn't be lost entirely, that the knowledge and skills that humans had developed through their partnership with divine authority would be preserved for future generations. The instructions that Enki provided to his chosen survivor revealed deep understanding of both practical engineering and symbolic meaning. The ark that would preserve human and animal life through the flood wasn't just a survival vessel, it was a microcosm of the ordered world that divine human cooperation had created, a floating representation of cosmic civilization that could survive chaos and serve as the seed for renewed development. When the waters receded, the construction process itself served important theological purposes by requiring human initiative and skill to build the vessel that divine wisdom had designed. The preservation project maintained the collaborative relationship between gods and mortals that had characterized civilization since humanity's creation. Neither divine intervention alone nor human effort alone would be sufficient. Survival required the same kind of partnership that had made civilization possible in the first place. The lamp flame flickered in the warm air of our shelter as the old fisherman shared simple bread and dates, the kind of meal that marsh dwellers had eaten for countless generations during flood seasons when normal food sources were temporarily inaccessible. The hospitality was offered without ceremony, but with genuine warmth, reflecting traditions of mutual aid that had enabled human communities to survive in challenging environments for millennia. Outside, I could hear the sound of water finding its level, settling into the temporary channels and pools that would define the landscape, until the flood receded and normal patterns could be re-established. The same processes of destruction and renewal that the ancient flood narratives described were playing out on a smaller scale in the marshland around us, demonstrating the cyclical nature of the challenges that river civilizations had always faced. The theological complexity of these flood narratives becomes even more apparent when we consider how they addressed the problem of divine accountability. If the gods were truly just and wise, how could they authorize destruction that would affect innocent victims, along with the guilty parties whose behavior had supposedly justified divine intervention? How could cosmic justice be reconciled with the inevitable suffering that comprehensive solutions to complex problems typically produced? The Anunnaki's role in these narratives was crucial because they served as both the agents of divine justice and its moral guarantors. As cosmic judges, they had authority to evaluate human behavior and prescribe appropriate consequences. But as divine beings committed to maintaining cosmic order, they also had responsibility to ensure that divine actions served genuinely constructive purposes, rather than mere punishment or arbitrary demonstration of power. The flood that they authorized was terrible in its immediate effects, but it was also precisely calibrated to achieve specific long-term objectives that would benefit both divine and human communities. The population reduction that Enlil desired would relieve pressure on natural resources and allow more sustainable development patterns. The cultural preservation that Enki demanded would maintain human potential for continued partnership in cosmic maintenance and development. Most importantly, the experience of surviving cosmic catastrophe would provide both gods and humans with deeper understanding of their mutual dependence and shared vulnerability. The divine beings who witnessed human courage and ingenuity during the crisis would gain greater appreciation for their created partners. The human survivors who experienced divine protection and guidance through the disaster would develop more mature understanding of their place in cosmic order. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving behind the sound of dripping water and the gradual settling of the flood into its temporary channels. Through gaps in the reed walls, I could see the first stars appearing in the clearing sky, their light reflecting in the still water that surrounded our shelter like a vast mirror. The storm had passed, but the landscape remained transformed, requiring adaptation and patience until normal conditions could be re-established. This cyclical pattern of crisis, adaptation, and renewal captured something essential about the theological insight embedded in Mesopotamian flood narratives. They weren't stories about divine punishment or arbitrary catastrophe, but sophisticated explorations of how cosmic order maintained itself through periodic disruption that cleared away accumulated problems while preserving essential values and relationships. The Anunnaki who presided over these cosmic cycles understood that effective governance required both the strength to authorize difficult decisions and the wisdom to ensure that those decisions served constructive rather than merely destructive purposes. They were gods who could face hard truths about necessary change while maintaining commitment to the fundamental principles that made meaningful existence possible. As dawn broke over the flood-transformed marshland, painting the still water with shades of gold and pink that seemed to echo the divine fire that had illuminated cosmic deliberations in ancient times, I understood why these flood narratives had resonated so powerfully across cultures and centuries. They addressed fundamental questions about justice, mercy, authority, and responsibility that remained as relevant today as they were when the first scribes pressed their accounts into clay tablets beside rivers that still follow the same ancient rhythms. The old fisherman was already preparing to check his nets and assess the new landscape that the flood had created, moving with the practical wisdom of someone who understood that survival required adaptation rather than resistance to forces beyond human control. But his movements also reflected acceptance of cosmic rhythms that connected individual experience to larger patterns of renewal and continuity. The Anunnaki who had authorized the Great Flood were gods who understood that preserving what mattered most sometimes required accepting the loss of what mattered less, that maintaining cosmic order sometimes demanded changes that appeared destructive but served ultimately constructive purposes. They were divine administrators, sophisticated enough to balance competing values and practical enough to accept responsibility for decisions that would affect countless lives across generations. Tomorrow night will follow one of their own into the underworld they had come to rule, witnessing Inanna's descent through the seven gates where the cosmic judges would strip away even divine power in service of the justice that governed both mortals and gods. I remember descending into the ancient temple complex at Uruk, following stone steps that had been worn smooth by 40 centuries of pilgrims seeking communion with Inanna, the goddess of love and war whose cult had dominated this sacred precinct since the dawn of urban civilization. The passage led deeper than I had expected, through 7 distinct chambers that marked symbolic thresholds between the world of ordinary experience and the realm where divine power operated according to different laws. Each threshold was marked by changes in temperature and air pressure that you felt in your chest before your mind could process what was happening. The warm, dusty air of the surface gave way to coolness that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. The sound of footsteps echoed differently in each chamber, sometimes sharp and immediate, sometimes muffled as if the very walls were absorbing sound along with light and the familiar orientations that helped maintain ordinary consciousness. By the time we reached the deepest accessible level, where fragments of carved reliefs still depicted divine figures in procession toward some ultimate destination. I understood why ancient minds had conceived of the journey to divine judgment as a descent through stages that stripped away not just worldly possessions, but the very identity markers that defined existence in the realm above. This was the landscape of Inanna's descent, the mythological journey that provided ancient Mesopotamians with their most profound exploration of divine justice and the price that even gods must pay when they challenged the cosmic order that governed life and death. In this narrative, the Anunnaki appeared in their most terrifying aspect not as benevolent administrators or wise counselors, but as implacable judges whose commitment to cosmic law transcended all considerations of kinship, status, or personal appeal. The story begins in heaven, where Inanna rules as the goddess of love, fertility, and warfare divine, embodiment of the creative and destructive forces that drive both human passion and political conflict. She is powerful, beautiful, and accustomed to having her will obeyed throughout the realm above ground. But her authority has limits, and those limits are defined by her sister Ereshkigal, who rules the underworld as Queen of the Dead. The cold stone walls around me seemed to absorb sound and heat equally, creating a silence that felt almost solid. In that profound quiet, I could imagine how the ancient storytellers must have described Inanna's growing obsession with expanding her dominion to include the realm of the dead. It wasn't simple ambition that drove her desire to visit the underworld. It was the fundamental need of any sovereign power, to test the boundaries of its authority and understand the full extent of its domain. But the underworld operated according to different principles than the realm above, where Inanna's celestial authority was based on her beauty, her sexuality, her capacity to inspire both love and fear in divine and human hearts. The underworld was governed by older, more fundamental laws that recognized only the universal equality of death and the absolute sovereignty of cosmic justice over all personal considerations. The descent through 7 gates that forms the narrative core of this ancient myth wasn't simply a journey through physical space, which is systematic, stripping away of everything that constituted Inanna's identity and power in the world above. At each threshold, the gatekeeper demanded that she surrender another piece of her divine regalia, another marker of her status and authority, until she arrived before the throne of judgment, naked and powerless as any mortal soul. The first gate claimed her crown, symbol of her royal authority. The second took her earrings, markers of her divine beauty. At the third, she surrendered her necklace. At the fourth, her breastplate. The fifth gate demanded her golden hip girdle. The sixth, her royal robe. And at the 7th and final threshold, she was stripped of even her loincloth, arriving in the presence of the 7 Anunnaki judges as naked and vulnerable as a newborn child. The stone passages around me seemed to echo with the weight of this ancient imagery. Each chamber we had passed through had felt like a threshold where something was left behind, the noise and heat of the surface world. The comfortable assumptions about how reality operated, the familiar markers that usually provided orientation and identity. The descent itself was transformative, preparing consciousness for encounters with powers that operated according to principles more fundamental than the comfortable compromises that governed ordinary existence. When Inanna finally stood before the 7 Anunnaki judges in their underworld court, she faced divine beings who had been transformed by their service as administrators of ultimate justice. These weren't the cosmic legislators who had once served as Anne's advisory council, nor the wise mediators who had resolved conflicts between competing divine authorities. They were judges whose commitment to cosmic law had been purified by constant exposure to the absolute equality that death imposed on all existence. The trial that followed revealed the theological sophistication that made Mesopotamian religion such a powerful intellectual force. The Anunnaki didn't condemn Inanna arbitrarily or out of personal animosity. They subjected her to the same judicial process that evaluated every soul that entered their domain, examining her actions and motivations according to the cosmic principles that maintained order in both the realm above and the realm below. Her crime wasn't simple trespass or unauthorized entry into forbidden territory. It was the more fundamental violation of attempting to extend her authority beyond the limits that cosmic order required for stable governance by seeking to rule both life and death, both the creative forces that drove existence and the limiting forces that gave existence meaning through finitude. Inanna had challenged the basic structure that made divine civilization possible. The judgment that the 7 Anunnaki rendered was both terrible and necessary. They condemned the goddess to death, not as punishment for personal wrongdoing, but as recognition that even divine beings must respect the boundaries that prevented any single authority from dominating all aspects of cosmic order. Their verdict demonstrated that divine justice operated according to principles more fundamental than individual preference or personal relationship. But the myth didn't end with Inanna's death. Her absence from the world above created catastrophic disruption in the natural and social orders that depended on her divine functions. Without the goddess of fertility, crops failed and animals couldn't reproduce. Without the goddess of love, human relationships withered and social bonds dissolved. Without the goddess of just warfare, communities couldn't defend themselves against chaos and oppression. The deeper chambers of the temple complex seemed to pulse with residual memory of ancient ceremonies where priests had enacted this cosmic drama, their movements following patterns that connected earthly ritual to divine reality. The stone floors were worn smooth, not just by modern tourists, but by thousands of years of religious observance that had found in Inanna's story a framework for understanding how divine justice operated when pressed to its ultimate conclusions. The crisis created by Inanna's death forced divine intervention from unexpected quarters. Enki, the wise god who had consistently advocated for mercy and creative problem-solving throughout Mesopotamian mythology, crafted a rescue plan that honored the Anunnaki's judgment while addressing the practical necessity of restoring Inanna to her essential functions in the world above. The solution he devised revealed a profound understanding of how divine justice could be satisfied without destroying the cosmic balance that made continued existence possible. Rather than challenging the Anunnaki's verdict directly, Enki created substitute beings who could take Inanna's place in death, allowing her to return to life while ensuring that the underworld's claim on divine accountability wasn't simply ignored or overruled. But even this compromise required Inanna to pay a price that would remind her permanently of the limits that governed even divine authority. She could return to life and resume her functions in the world above, but she had to provide the underworld with an acceptable substitute who would take her place among the dead. The choice she made selecting her husband, Dumazi, for this sacrifice revealed how profoundly her encounter with absolute justice had changed her understanding of responsibility and relationship. The return journey through the seven gates showed Inanna gradually reassuming her divine regalia and recovering her authority. But she was no longer the same goddess who had begun the descent. Her brush with ultimate judgment had taught her that divine power was conditional rather than absolute, that even gods were subject to cosmic principles that transcended individual will or personal preference. The stone walls around me seemed to hold memories of countless pilgrims who had made similar journeys of transformation, seeking encounters with divine reality that would strip away illusions and reveal truth to fundamental to be. Apprehended through ordinary consciousness, the physical descent into the temple depths served as preparation for psychological and spiritual descent into realms where comfortable assumptions dissolved and deeper understanding became possible. But the most profound theological insight embedded in this ancient narrative concerned the nature of the Anunnaki themselves. As judges of ultimate justice, they had transcended the personal relationships and individual preferences that characterized their earlier roles as cosmic administrators. They had become something more and less than individual personalities' embodiments of principles, so fundamental that they could condemn even a beloved sister goddess when cosmic order required such condemnation. This transformation from personal deities to impersonal principles reflected the sophisticated understanding of divine justice that ancient Mesopotamian thinkers had developed through centuries of theological reflection. True justice couldn't be based on favoritism, personal relationship, or individual sympathy. It required commitment to principles that operated consistently, regardless of who was being judged or what consequences judgment might produce. The seven Anunnaki, who condemned Inanna, demonstrated that divine wisdom sometimes required decisions that seemed cruel or arbitrary from a limited human perspective, but that served essential functions in maintaining the cosmic order that made meaningful existence possible for both gods and mortals. They were judges who understood that mercy without justice was mere sentimentality, while justice without mercy was mere cruelty. As I began the ascent back toward the surface world, climbing the worn stone steps that had carried so many seekers back from their encounter with the depths, I carried with me a profound appreciation for the theological courage that ancient Mesopotamian religion had demonstrated in creating this narrative. The story of Inanna's descent didn't provide comfortable reassurance about divine benevolence or simple answers to questions about suffering and injustice. Instead, it offered complex insight into how divine justice operated when pushed to its ultimate conclusions, and what that operation revealed about the nature of cosmic order itself. The Anunnaki who served as underworld judges were gods who had accepted the terrible responsibility of maintaining principles more important than personal preference, more fundamental than individual relationship, more necessary than temporary comfort or convenience. The warm air and bright sunlight of the surface world felt like a resurrection after the cool darkness of the temple depths, but I carried with me the memory of that transformative descent and the understanding it had provided about the price of divine justice. The ancient pilgrims who had made this journey seeking communion with Inanna had instead encountered the cosmic principles that governed both her authority and her limitations. The goddess who had descended through seven gates, who had faced judgment by the seven Anunnaki, who had died and been resurrected at enormous cost, represented the ancient understanding that even divine power was subject to cosmic law, that even gods must respect the boundaries that made ordered existence possible. Her story provided a framework for understanding how justice and mercy could coexist without compromising either principle, how divine authority could be both absolute and limited, both terrible and necessary. Standing in the bright desert sunlight outside the ancient temple, watching shadows shorten as the day progressed toward noon, I understood why this particular myth had exercised such powerful influence over Mesopotamian religious thought for more than 2 millennia. It addressed fundamental questions about authority, accountability, justice, and transformation that remained as relevant in modern times as they had been when the first priests enacted this cosmic drama in the stone chambers beneath my feet. The Anunnaki who had judged Inanna in the depths of the underworld were gods worthy of the sophisticated civilization that had created them, complex enough to embody competing principles, wise enough to balance justice with mercy, courageous enough to make decisions that served cosmic order even when those decisions extracted terrible personal costs. They were divine judges who understood that maintaining meaningful existence in a universe governed by law required both the strength to enforce necessary boundaries and the wisdom to ensure that enforcement served constructive rather than merely punitive purposes. Tomorrow night we'll ascend from the depths to explore how these divine beings appeared to the human communities that worshipped them, examining the anthropomorphic imagery that made cosmic judges comprehensible to mortal minds while preserving their essential character as powers that transcended ordinary human understanding. I remember the first time I witnessed the dawn ritual at a reconstructed Mesopotamian temple, standing in the courtyard as the eastern sky began to lighten and priests moved through ceremonies that had been painstakingly reconstructed from cuneiform instructions found in ancient archives. The air was cool and still, carrying the scent of frankincense and myrrh that would soon mingle with the smoke of morning offerings, and in that hushed anticipation before sunrise, you could almost feel the presence of divine beings stirring from their nightly rest. The statue of the patron deity, careful reproduction based on archaeological evidence, stood in the inner sanctum draped in fine linen that had been placed over its carved features the evening before. Around it, smaller statues representing various divine attendants and family members waited in silent procession, their stone faces painted with the bright pigments that had once made divine. Images seemed vibrantly alive to the communities that served them. As the sun's first rays touched the temple walls, the priests began the daily routine that had sustained Mesopotamian divine worship for 3 millennia. They approached the god statue with the reverence due to a living sovereign, speaking softly as they removed the night garments and began the careful process of divine toilet that would prepare the deity for another day of governing cosmic and earthly affairs. This wasn't the abstract, transcendent worship that characterizes many modern religious traditions. The Mesopotamian gods, including the Anunnaki, were understood to be physically present in their temples, inhabiting their statues as surely as human souls inhabited human bodies. They had daily needs that required attention, food, clothing, entertainment, and the kind of respectful service that any powerful ruler might expect from devoted subjects. The morning light revealed details of divine iconography that made the ancient understanding of Anunnaki identity immediately apparent. The horned cap that crowned the main statue's head was the distinctive marker of divine status throughout Mesopotamian art, but it wasn't simply decorative. Those carefully carved horns represented the Malamatha terrifying splendor that surrounded authentic divine presence and distinguished gods from the most exalted human beings. But even as the horned crown marked the statue as unquestionably divine, its human features made the god accessible to mortal understanding. The face was recognizably human in its proportions and expressions, carved with the kind of idealized beauty that suggested perfection rather than otherness. These were gods you could look upon without being destroyed. Gods whose emotions and motivations were comprehensible to minds shaped by human experience. The priests moved through their morning duties with practiced efficiency, but also with the kind of personal attention that revealed their understanding of divine psychology. They didn't simply feed the god. They offered foods prepared according to individual divine preferences that had been preserved in temple records for generations. They didn't simply dress the statue. They selected garments and jewelry that reflected the deity's current mood and the day's ceremonial requirements. This anthropomorphic treatment of divine beings has often been dismissed by later religious traditions as primitive or unsophisticated. But there was actually profound theological insight embedded in the Mesopotamian approach to divinity. By making their gods recognizably human in form and need, while infinitely superior in power and knowledge, ancient thinkers had created divine personalities that could serve as meaningful partners in the ongoing work of civilization. The Anunnaki, as cosmic judges and administrators, were particularly well suited to this anthropomorphic treatment. Their judicial and governmental functions required the kind of complex personality that could only be understood through human analogies, while their divine nature provided the authority and wisdom necessary to make their decisions binding on both mortals and lesser deities. Ancient art depicted the Anunnaki with the same careful attention to individual personality that characterized representations of human kings and nobles. Each divine judge had distinctive features, preferred clothing styles, and symbolic attributes that helped worshippers identify them and understand their particular areas of expertise. They were gods you could petition directly, gods whose individual characters and preferences were worth studying and understanding. But the human features that made the Anunnaki accessible to mortal comprehension never obscured their essential divinity. The melem that surrounded them was portrayed as visible light or fire that warned. Observers of the immense power contained within seemingly familiar forms, divine anger could manifest as storms or floods that devastated entire regions. Divine favor could transform barren landscapes into gardens of abundance. The morning ritual continued as the sun climbed higher, revealing the full splendor of divine regalia that would adorn the patron deity throughout the day. Golden jewelry caught and reflected the light. Fine fabrics moved gently in the morning breeze, and the painted features of the statue seemed to come alive as shadows shifted and danced across the carved stone surfaces. This daily transformation from resting deity to active ruler captured something essential about how ancient Mesopotamians understood divine presence in their communities. The gods weren't remote powers who occasionally intervened in human affairs. They were residents of the cities they patronized, active participants in daily life whose needs and preferences had to be considered in every important community decision. The Anunnaki's role as divine administrators made them particularly important in this daily relationship between gods and mortals. They were the gods who communicated divine decisions to human communities, who interpreted cosmic law in terms that earthly rulers could understand and implement, who served as advocates for human concerns in the divine assemblies that determined policy for both heavenly and earthly realms. This intermediary function required divine beings who could maintain dual citizenship in both cosmic and terrestrial communities. The Anunnaki needed to understand the eternal principles that governed universal order, but they also needed to comprehend the practical constraints and immediate concerns that shaped human decision-making. They were cosmic ambassadors whose effectiveness depended on their ability to translate between very different kinds of authority and wisdom. Ancient literature provides numerous examples of the Anunnaki exercising this ambassadorial function in ways that reveal their fundamentally anthropomorphic nature. They engaged in the same kinds of political negotiation, personal relationship building, and ethical reasoning that characterized the best human diplomacy. They formed alliances, made compromises, and sometimes changed their positions when new evidence or arguments proved compelling. But their divine nature also allowed them to operate on temporal and spatial scales that exceeded human capacity. The same Anunnaki judge who might spend decades building relationships with a particular human community could also participate in cosmic deliberations that shaped the fundamental structure of reality across geological ages. They were gods who could think and act both locally and universally, both immediately and eternally. The temple ritual was reaching its climax as priests presented the morning meal to the divine statue, offering bread and beer, roasted meat and fresh fruits, honey cakes and imported delicacies that represented the prosperity of the community that sought divine blessing. The food was arranged on golden platters and silver vessels, presented with the same ceremony that would accompany a state banquet for visiting royalty. This daily feeding of the gods reflected the Mesopotamian understanding that divine-human relationships were fundamentally reciprocal. Humans provided the gods with food, clothing, housing, and respectful service. In return, the gods provided protection, guidance, justice, and the kind of cosmic stability that made civilized life possible. It was a partnership based on mutual benefit rather than one-sided dependence. The Anunnaki, as divine administrators, played crucial roles in maintaining this reciprocal relationship. They were the gods who ensured that human offerings reached their intended divine recipients, who evaluated the adequacy and sincerity of human devotion, who recommended appropriate divine responses to community needs and requests. But they were also the gods who held both sides accountable to the terms of the cosmic partnership. Human communities that failed to provide proper divine service might find themselves abandoned by their patron deities. Divine beings who neglected their responsibilities to human worshippers might face criticism and eventual replacement by more attentive alternatives. This mutual accountability reflected the sophisticated political theology that made Mesopotamian civilization such a powerful intellectual achievement. Divine authority wasn't portrayed as arbitrary or absoluted, was understood to operate according to principles of justice and reciprocity that created obligations for gods as well as mortals. The anthropomorphic imagery that made this complex relationship comprehensible to human minds served essential theological functions that pure transcendence could never have achieved. By portraying the Anunnaki as recognizably human in their needs and emotions, while infinitely superior in their power and knowledge, Ancient artists and writers created divine personalities that could serve as meaningful partners in the ongoing project of building and maintaining cosmic civilization. As the morning ritual concluded and the priests withdrew to allow the god private time for divine contemplation, I found myself thinking about how profoundly this anthropomorphic approach to divinity had shaped not just Mesopotamian religion, but the entire development of human theological thought. The gods who could be fed and clothed, who could be pleased or angered, who could form relationships and make decisions based on complex evaluation of competing interests. These were gods who remained relevant to human experience across centuries of cultural change and development. The Anunnaki who emerged from this theological tradition were complex, divine personalities whose authority derived not from incomprehensible otherness, but from superior wisdom and power applied to recognizable problems and challenges. They were gods who could be understood, approached, and even influenced by mortals who demonstrated appropriate respect and offered valuable service to the cosmic community. But they were also gods whose divine nature placed them permanently beyond complete human comprehension or control. The melon that surrounded them, the cosmic perspectives that informed their decisions, the eternal responsibilities that shaped their priorities, all of these marked them as beings who participated in realities that exceeded human understanding, even when they chose to make themselves accessible to mortal perception. The balance between accessibility and transcendence that characterized anthropomorphic representations of the Anunnaki provided a theological framework that could accommodate both human need for comprehensible divine relationships and divine dignity that demanded appropriate respect and recognition. They were gods who could be partners without being equals, allies without being subordinates, teachers without being servants. Standing in that temple courtyard as the sun climbed toward its noon zenith, watching shadows shorten and shift as the day progressed, I understood why this particular approach to divine representation had proven so durable and influential. The anthropomorphic Anunnaki offered human communities divine partners who were both powerful enough to provide effective assistance and comprehensible enough to maintain meaningful relationships. Across the generations required for sustained civilization, the human faces that ancient artists gave to cosmic judges reflected profound insight about the nature of divine-human interaction and the requirements for sustainable religious community. Gods who were too transcendent became irrelevant to daily life. Gods who were too immanent lost the authority necessary for effective governance. The Anunnaki occupied the perfect middle ground, human enough to be understood, divine enough to be respected, complex enough to remain interesting across millennia of theological development. As the temple fell quiet in the midday heat and the last echoes of morning worship faded into memory, I carried with me a vivid appreciation for the theological sophistication that had created these enduring divine personalities. The Anunnaki, who had served as cosmic judges and divine administrators for 3,000 years, were gods worthy of the urban civilization that had shaped them, complex, accessible, and profoundly engaged with the practical work of building and maintaining meaningful community in a universe that required both human effort and divine guidance to sustain. Tomorrow night will witness their transformation from these comprehensible divine partners into the mysterious alien visitors of modern speculation, exploring how anthropomorphic gods became extraterrestrial geneticists and cosmic judges, became gold miners, became gold-mining astronauts, remarkable minding was banal, wistuel. By the evening air carries the scent of cooling stone and distant water as I stand once more among the ruins of your watching. The first stars appear in the clear desert sky above the ziggurats where the Anunnaki once held, court as the cosmic judges of humanity's first great civilization. The same stars that guided ancient astronomers in their careful observations of celestial cycles shine down on broken walls that once enclosed temples where divine statues were fed and clothed with the devotion due to living sovereigns. In the gathering darkness, with fragments of cuneiform tablets scattered at my feet like messages from a vanished world, I find myself thinking about the remarkable journey we've taken together through the authentic history of these ancient gods. We've walked beside Sumerian scribes as they pressed red styluses into wet clay, preserving for posterity the names and deeds of divine beings whose complexity and sophistication still challenge our understanding. We've witnessed cosmic assemblies where divine judges deliberated about questions that would determine the fate of both gods and mortals. We followed the Anunnaki through their long evolution from sky gods to underworld judges, from independent rulers to subordinate administrators, from cosmic legislators to divine ambassadors mediating between heavenly wisdom and earthly need. Through it all, what emerges most clearly is the profound theological sophistication that characterized Mesopotamian civilization at its height. The Anunnaki who governed this divine world weren't simple mythological figures invented to explain natural phenomena or justify political arrangements. They were complex divine personalities whose relationships and conflicts explored fundamental questions about justice and mercy, order and freedom, authority and responsibility that remain as relevant today as they were 4,000 years ago. These were gods who evolved continuously as the civilization that worshipped them grew and developed. They adapted to new challenges, took on new roles, and found creative solutions to problems that threatened the cosmic order they were created to maintain. Their flexibility and responsiveness distinguished them from the static deities of less sophisticated religious traditions, making them partners in the ongoing project of civilization rather than distant objects of fearful worship. The Anunnaki's capacity for theological evolution was perhaps their most remarkable characteristic. They began as An's offspring, the princely children of the sky god who inherited divine authority and exercised it as cosmic administrators and judges. They witnessed the rebellion of the lesser gods and participated in the creation of humanity as a solution to the cosmic labor crisis. They mediated the eternal conflict between Enlil's harsh justice and Enki's compassionate mercy, finding ways to honor both principles without compromising either. They survived the rise of Marduk and Babylon's transformation of the theological landscape, accepting new roles as subordinate deities while preserving their essential functions as divine judges and administrators. They evolved from sky gods to underworld rulers, taking on responsibility for judging the dead and ensuring that cosmic justice extended beyond the limitations of earthly existence. They maintained their role as anthropomorphic divine personalities who could serve as meaningful partners in human community while never losing their essential character as powers that transcended ordinary understanding. This theological development occurred over more than 3 millennia, shaped by the changing needs and growing sophistication of the urban civilizations that found in the Anunnaki divine partners worthy of their most complex challenges and highest aspirations. The gods who emerged from this long process of collective religious thought were beings of remarkable depth and nuance, capable of addressing questions about cosmic order and divine justice that simpler theological systems couldn't adequately handle. But perhaps most importantly, the authentic Anunnaki represented a vision of divine-human relationship based on partnership rather than domination, cooperation rather than submission, mutual accountability rather than arbitrary authority. They were gods who created humans as junior partners in cosmic maintenance, who held both themselves and their human subjects accountable to principles of justice and reciprocity that made meaningful civilization possible. The irrigation systems that transformed the landscape between the Tigris and Euphrates, the legal codes that governed the world's first urban communities, the literary traditions that preserved humanity's earliest explorations of meaning and purpose, all of these achievements represented the fruit of divine human collaboration, under the wise administration of gods who understood that effective cosmic order required both heavenly authority and earthly participation. This collaborative vision distinguished Mesopotamian theology from both primitive animism that saw divine power as arbitrary and unpredictable, and later monotheistic traditions that emphasized divine transcendence at the expense of meaningful human agency. The Anunnaki occupied the perfect middle ground, powerful enough to provide effective cosmic governance, accessible enough to maintain productive relationships with human communities, complex enough to address the sophisticated challenges that urban civilization generated. The anthropomorphic imagery that made these divine personalities comprehensible to human minds reflected profound theological insight about the requirements for sustainable religious community. The gods who could be fed and clothed, who formed relationships and made decisions based on careful deliberations, who could be pleased or disappointed by human behavior. These were gods who remained relevant to human experience across the centuries of cultural development that transformed simple agricultural villages into the world's first great cities. As full darkness settles over the ancient landscape and the desert wind picks up fragments of pottery that carry the faint impressions of wedge-shaped marks pressed by scribes who knew these gods as living realities, I understand why the Anunnaki's names have survived the collapse of the civilization that created them. They embodied humanity's deepest aspirations for justice and meaning, while acknowledging the genuine difficulties involved in achieving those aspirations under real-world conditions. The cosmic judges who deliberated in divine assemblies, who created humanity as partners in cosmic maintenance, who balanced competing claims and interests, while maintaining their commitment to fundamental principles of order and fairness. These were gods worthy of the sophisticated civilization that honored them. They provided both inspiration and guidance for human communities attempting to build something lasting and meaningful in a universe that required both divine wisdom and human effort to sustain. But their story, as we've discovered it through careful attention to the archaeological record and scholarly translation of ancient sources, is only half the tale that bears their name in contemporary culture. The Anunnaki, who served as cosmic administrators for 3 millennia, were destined for an even more remarkable transformation, their evolution from complex divine personalities into mysterious extraterrestrial visitors who supposedly created humanity through genetic engineering and continue to influence human civilization from behind the scenes. This modern reinterpretation of ancient names and narratives represents one of the most dramatic theological transformations in recorded history. The same sources that preserved the authentic story of Mesopotamian cosmic judges would be reread and reinterpreted to support theories about ancient astronauts and alien intervention that bear almost no relationship to what those sources actually say. How did anthropomorphic gods become extraterrestrial geneticists? How did cosmic judges become gold-mining astronauts? How did the sophisticated theological insights of humanity's first urban civilization become the raw material for contemporary speculation about reptilian shapeshifters and secret world governments? The answers to these questions await us tomorrow night, when we'll explore the remarkable cultural transformation that converted ancient deities into modern aliens, traditional religious texts into supposed historical documents, and complex mythological narratives into simple technological explanations. The Anunnaki's authentic story, the story we followed together through the ruins and archives of ancient Mesopotamia, reveals the profound theological sophistication that characterized humanity's first great civilization. Their modern story reveals something equally important about our contemporary culture's relationship with ancient wisdom and the challenges involved in preserving historical truth in an age that prefers simple explanations to complex realities. Both stories matter, not because both are equally true, but because both illuminate essential aspects of the human search for meaning and connection in a universe that often seems incomprehensibly vast and indifferent to individual concerns. The authentic Anunnaki provided ancient communities with divine partners in the ongoing work of civilization. Their modern reincarnation as extraterrestrial visitors provides contemporary audiences with a different kind of hope, the possibility that we are not alone in the cosmos, that our existence has purpose and direction, that powerful beings care about our development and destiny. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow night will witness one of the most extraordinary transformations in the history of human imagination, the moment when gods became aliens and ancient religion became modern science fiction. There are more stories to come, and they reveal as much about who we are as they do about who we imagine the Anunnaki to have been. The stars that shine down on these ancient ruins tonight are the same stars that guided the first astronomers who charted their courses and connected their movements to the will of gods, who seemed as real and immediate as the kings who ruled from ziggurats that scraped the ancient sky. In the morning, those same stars will be invisible in the daylight, but they will continue their eternal dance according to laws that neither ancient wisdom nor modern science has yet fully comprehended. The Anunnaki, who once governed the cosmic dance from divine assemblies where justice and mercy struggled for balance, have been transformed by our modern imagination into visitors from distant worlds. But their authentic legacy, the vision of cosmic order maintained through divine human partnership, of justice tempered by mercy, of authority balanced by accountability, remains as relevant today as it was when the first cities rose from the mud and ambition of the land between two rivers. Tomorrow night we begin a new chapter in their remarkable story.